Ryan, welcome in. Barry's just using the washroom, and then he's going to be here in just a minute and get started on our part 3 of our 24-hour stream. I'll be heading to bed soon. So, yeah, we've got... I'm going to flip this over in just a second. Or when Barry can flip it when he's here. But we're doing Star Trek. Who's excited? I gotta go and make sure everybody sees what we're doing. If you guys get the chance, please feel free to go watch, if you haven't yet, our previous 2 streams. Even if you put it on in the background, we appreciate it, because we had some fun. We had some fun hits happen in there. We had viewers and they ran away. It's because I'm not who they want. That's okay. Want to see something exciting? We got a new card, a new YouTube channel card, and a new logo. How is everyone doing? Yes, we were a few minutes late. I am sorry. I see the clock. We're just a few minutes behind. We had to finish up a few things. I am sorry. Nobody's here yet. They ran away. I'm sorry for being late. Yes?
Like, once I am old enough to have my own YouTube channel, like, would it be on, like, my own device with my own account?
We'll see. We'll talk about it later. What is this? This is really... If you're here, please say hi. Papa Spokat will be right back. He's just, in the washroom. Because I'm going to go to bed soon. So just be me. Oh, Thomas wants me to get to the next stream, don't you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I know. People are in and out. It's happening. It's happening. We're doing some Star Trek. We'll be starting very soon. Very soon. We had somebody who put a clock up in the chat because we were running late. So...
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Oh, we got 3 people now. All right,
it's
so...
It's not at the right time.
What?
It's not exactly...
Well, no, it's a little delayed. So I'm going to give you the person you want.
When you go.
Okay, move for a second.
All right.
I'm just going to do a couple things on here.
We've been running a little bit late since our first stream, but that's how things go sometimes. We should have scheduled a little bit more turnover time in
Yeah,
between
we
streams.
should have. I'm sorry, guys. That was my fault.
In any case, you've already outlined what's going on?
I showed what you're going to... That, mostly, and I
Okay.
did show the card. You can show that again.
Well, welcome to part 3 of our celebration stream. 24 hours going on. We've broken it into 4 parts for hitting 1,000 subscribers, which has been very nice. We appreciate all the views and time that anyone has come to see our channel. I'd like to share some of our hobbies and interests. Some of mine go back to the 90s at least, and the kids, obviously, it's all more contemporary stuff, but there's some stuff we share. And today we're going to be looking at Star Trek CCG from Decipher that I used to play when I was in my teens, and right up through... Well, I probably played less when I reached my university days, but it was still very much an interest to me. It's a game that is just as appealing to collectors, if not more so, than it is to actual players. And it does a good job of emulating sort of the old Star Trek episodes, where you would, go to a planet and try and solve some sort of dilemma, or some sort of mission, but there would always be these dilemmas to overcome and things that would pop up, and you're never sure what quite problem you were going to interact with. Sorry about my not so clear speech. It's been a long day, and I got the night shift, so this is going to be interesting. Thomas has agreed to stay up with me at least some of the time. Uh, Last summer, we opened up a box of Premiere together, the first set from Star Trek, and built 2 decks out of it. Thomas built a Klingon deck, I built a Federation deck, and he tried to blow up my ship before I could get the missions done. And if he had succeeded, he probably would have beat me because there goes most of my crew, and it would have to take a long time to rebuild, and he'd have free run of the space line. But unfortunately, I was able to survive long enough to get the points in.
It's clear, don't worry. Welcome in, Mukil. I'm sorry if I saying your name wrong.
That's good. Anyhow, so about 2 weeks ago, I did another box opening for Star Trek CCG on a Saturday night, where I opened another box of Premiere. And we had some moderate luck. We opened a Worf, who I hadn't pulled out of a pack before. We opened a Riker when we did a giveaway for that, because I'd just pulled a Riker from a starter deck the week before, and already had one, I believe. So it was good for Rikers. And we also pulled a thing of some sort. What was it?
What?
Troy. We pulled another bridge crew. I think we got Gowron as well. Some fun stuff. Some of the big characters, about what you expect. Usually 3 or 4 is a pretty safe bet for a number of main bridge crew for that set. It's a big set. The set we're opening today is a much smaller set. We're going to be looking at the second set that they released, Alternate Universe. Again, based around Star Trek The Next Generation. The first set to have an official ultra rare in it, and that's the Future Enterprise. That's the big card you want to pull from Alternate Universe. I've never had one, and so that's what I hope we get. It's the value of it is definitely worth the box. Probably somewhere in the $40 to $50 range, depending how you do it. A box of this costs, again, still speaking in American terms, probably about $35. You can find them around if you know where to look. Some places charge more. Some places do charge closer to $50 a box for this stuff, or more. I'm sure. There's always people who want to charge more. Rules of acquisition, we'll follow that up with. And this is one of the few sets you can still find from the Deep Space Nine sets that they released, which is still not too expensive. The thing with it is I've never opened any in the past because it's a set based around the Ferengi. And the Ferengi as a faction never appealed to me enough to pick up stuff to play. But on the plus side, that now means this is going to be a brand new experience for me. A game that I love, and I've never opened any of this, so I'm really hoping. There is no ultra rare in this set, so I think the best you can hope for is just the regular rares, and there's a few of them that are sort of in the $5-10 range, including Quark, the guy on the cover, and a few others.
Maybe we might be able to make some decks out of these.
I don't think we can tonight. And to be honest, the base set that we did before was a standalone set. It was designed to build a deck just out of that. These are supplements. Yes, you could probably build a Ferengi deck out of this box, but that's about all you could do out of this box. There's a few cards for other factions, but not enough to build a deck out of. Alternate Universe, it's just based around the original 3 factions, plus some non-aligneds, so the Klingons, the Romulans, and the Federation. But being a small set, I don't think it's coherent enough, and I think that at common there's not a lot of characters really, so it would be tough to build a deck just out of that. It's made to go with the Premiere that we opened before. So if we took the cards we got in here and combined it with the stuff that we had last time, we could expand the decks that we've already built. that's sort of what I would suggest if we want to do some more deck building. And
But if we really wanted to, we could.
you could try. I don't know how well it would work, to be honest. I don't know if there's enough characters and character diversity to really make a go of it.
But we could see.
Yeah, we could take a look and see.
Alrighty.
It also depends what you pull. But I think most of the characters in this ended up in the rare slot, and so there's not very many at common. One that did make it to common, which I'm very excited about, in alternate universe, was they put in a version of Scotty for the first time. So he made a special appearance in an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, and his card got a card there for in that set, and it's not the best Scotty they ever printed, but it was the first one, and it was pretty good, especially for a common. And in my early days when I was building decks out of the common bin, it was a great addition to my decks. So
Alright.
where are we?
We have somebody who's being an idiot.
Don't know what that was all about, but I didn't get to read much of it.
No, there's somebody trying to say the police are coming to our house. They know, whatever. We didn't do anything. They're blocked.
Okay.
Hey, Radiant Goose, would
I
you
think
mind?
that I have a hard time finding our house anyway.
Can I make you a mod for this stream while you're here? I'd appreciate it. I've seen you in many places, so. Because I'm going to be going to bed, so we need somebody for sure. Definitely
Yeah, it's hard for me to talk and keep on topic and police streams at the same comments at the same time. And Thomas has never done it, so I don't really think it would be a good idea to leave that entirely to him either. So
if you're up for it, no, I just want this person. Yeah, if you're up for that, that'd be great.
So,
awesome, thank you.
We'll start with going through the alternate universe box and see what we can find. Then I'll give a little bit of blurb about this Fajo collection, which came out, I think, after the third expansion and before.
Yeah, I've seen you in different places.
It might have been just after
so I
First
appreciate
Contact.
that. Thank you, Radiant
But this
Goose.
was a special commemorative set they had when Star Trek was just about to transition.
What the heck are you guys talking about?
From Star Trek The Next Generation.
Oh, Broly's alt channel.
through to including all the Star Trek series that were available at the time. So eventually Decipher got the license not only for Star Trek The Next Generation, but also for Deep Space Nine, for Voyager, for Star Trek Enterprise even, and back to the original series. So there are 5 different Star Trek series that have some representation. Some of them aren't very well represented. Star Trek Enterprise was just a little 40 card set or so that came out right after the the game was ending.
Alright.
And so there's really not much for it.
I'm gonna put these cards
The Star Trek, the original series, sort of got lumped in with Deep Space Nine for a couple of sets. So it's not got a huge amount either. Again, like the Decipher Lord of the Rings game, that still has a players' council that keeps organizing events, and they even, update rules and create virtual sets and things like that to try to keep the game fresh for their players. There's also a continuing committee for the Star Trek community for the Decipher card game. All 3 of Decipher's big games, Star Wars, the Star Trek, and the Lord of the Rings, have groups like that. It can be nice if you're looking for getting a hold of other people with interest in the game, but for me, the virtual cards and rules they come up with, I do not.
Shoot, I'll have to go rewatch this.
It's just a little bit much and a little bit too divergent from the experience of actually sitting down, opening packs, and building decks with what you got. That's, to me, always been the highlight of collectible card games, and I really appreciate that. So anyways, there's our little overview. We're 15 minutes in already, and we had a late start, so You ready to get going, Thomas?
Yeah.
If you
Alright,
want to
wanna
wake me
get
up,
It,
Um,
opening some
like
packs.
around the time before you're supposed to
Before
start,
we
we're
wrap
supposed to
up?
start the next one, then yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'll get
we'll
to bed
see.
whenever I get to bed. I still have to check everything. Do
Do
you
it.
want me to get you anything? Do you want a snack? And
I think we're good for now. I can grab something if I need to, and
get
Thomas can open some packs or whatever in the meantime. So let's flip this around. I've still got some of the Lord of the Rings stuff on the table. I didn't get it fully switched over, but no. There we go. All right. So there's our Fajo collection box. There's our this, and here's our alternate universe. It's just.
I'm assuming this one has more packs than this one.
I believe you are right. See this here. 9-card expansion packs. I think this is a 30-pack box. Should say somewhere here. This one came out in 1999, so to give you an idea of how much further down the road that was, after the Deep Space Nine, the Dominion, and Blaze of Glory sets had all come out, this was the, I guess,
You can
fourth
leave
set
messages and
for
say
Deep
hi when
Space
people
Nine
come
here.
in.
Does it not say? I'm pretty sure this is a 30-pack box.
Yeah, but like
This is a 36-pack box. And they're bigger packs too.
No,
These are
just
still
say
15-card
sorry.
packs, whereas
So
those
just say
are
hi, Hungry Hollow, welcome in.
smaller packs.
And just watch. Sometimes people put tricky messages in, so don't always read them. Like read them before you say them.
Okay.
I'm going to listen to your education. Okay. So yeah, this is early on. They had Cardamundi helping with their printing. Limited edition Prairie Box. Yeah. This set, the first premiere came out in '94, and the later printings of it happened into '95. Alternate Universe here, the first expansion, also came out in 1995. So that was there's a good 4-year gap between these two booster boxes. And again, this one is based just on Star Trek The Next Generation. So I hope you're a fan of that series. It's one that I grew up with, along with the original series. And I really enjoyed Star Trek for
This
basically
is
my whole
probably,
life.
Like, gonna be like one of like the few times.
So there's
that,
our display.
like this is probably gonna be like one of the few times that I'm gonna like get to like be up for this long.
Yeah, we usually don't have a lot of really late nights.
Do you want?
But there's no school yet. It doesn't start
Do you want a
till...
joy burst?
Not right now, but if there's one handy, that might not be a bad idea.
I can put one in the fridge if you want.
Yeah, sure.
What do you want? Grape?
Alright, yeah, I hope we get some good pulls. Especially, like I said, the Future Enterprise is the big kahuna. Every other rare in this set is only worth, maybe $1 to 50 cents. That's about it. There's not a lot of value in these packs for that, but it's the play value, the interest value, and if you got that one big chase card, if we happen to get one, it'll be very exciting.
What if we end up getting 2 of it?
I've never heard of someone pulling 2 of those from a box, to be honest. But if we did, that would be amazing. So let's start her off, right? Yep, these are a little tough to open, but once they start to tear, it is old. And no, that's the other thing with this set. There's no rarity markers on them, so you got to pay attention. Thomas, you listening?
Yeah.
You got to pay attention to the order of the cards in the pack, because I think if it's like Premiere, you're gonna have your 3 uncommons first, then your rare, then the rest are commons. I believe that's how it goes.
I agree, Radiant Goose. Oh wow, 39 people. That's a good amount of people. Welcome in.
Not bad. So yeah, Decipher Star Trek. We got Klim Dokkan, Zach Dorn, Quartermaster, controlling the Starfleet's surplus depot on Quelar 2. A typical bureaucrat of the type that delights in delays that make life difficult for officers. Plays on table as an event, where when opponent reports a unique personnel for duty, opponent draws no cards at end of that turn. Trying to fight with the focus here. So that'll slow down your opponent. No, using a plastic knife to try to open a pack's a bad idea. Scissors would be better than that. Scissors, you got to be very careful you don't nick the cards, though. Unless, well, it's not super valuable, but still.
When are you going to use scissors?
So here's a land dilemma as opposed to a space dilemma. Zoldan. Zoldans who look human except for their webbed fingers are infuriated by courtesy. They view it as an insulting dishonesty. So unless treachery times 2, disruptors, Wesley Crusher or exobiology present, 2 away team members with diplomacy random selection are killed. And here's a space dilemma. And again, this is the alternate universe icon. This one doesn't have it, so you can play it just straight on any mission. Cards with this icon on them mean that they can only be played if there's an alternate universe door or some other effect which allows cards from other universes to enter the main universe. So that's the big gimmick with this set, basically. Mama Picard. So this is based on an episode where Picard saw a vision of his mother. So at the place where ideas and reality intermix, Jean-Luc Picard saw his mother, Yvette Guessard Picard, who asked, "Is this the end of the universe or the beginning? If this is a Federation ship, immediately transport it to any end of the space line, opponent's choice." So it would have no effect on any other affiliation. Then we've got Davidian Doorway. Doorways were a new card type with this set. So this should be the rare if I've got this right. So I'll put the uncommons in the middle. Commons and rares to separate them. Allows you to play a card from the future, whether or not you currently have a Davidian Doorway in your hand. At any time, say Davidian Door and play to anywhere one personnel or equipment card from your hand. However, anytime during your next turn, you must show opponent a Davidian Door from your hand and place it out of play, or you lose the game. So this would allow you to bluff, and in some ways this would allow people to concede. If they didn't have one, they could just say Davidian Door, do whatever, and then lose because, yeah. So, I think that's our rare. We got the IKC Ratak. So, this is like a standard Bird of Prey Cavort class, except they have 8 range, 6 weapons, 6 shields. So, this one has had 2 less range for 2 more weapons. Standard cloaking device and tractor beam for that class of ship. 1 staff to service it. So it can be useful in a fleet combat deck because you only need one officer on board with a small star to staff it or better. And yeah, you can get 8 weapons going with 2 cards. But it is a little slower than most ships that people use. So you got to be aware of that. That's a common. Phaser burns. If you have phasers or disruptors present on an away team battle, before a winner is determined, randomly select 2 opposing personnel to die. Security sacrifice. 1 security personnel present may sacrifice, substitute for another personnel who has been randomly selected to die. Your security can step up to Oh, here's a dilemma, Worshipper. If away team's greed is greater than honor, score bonus points. Otherwise, away team is stopped unless Edo Vessel or Anthropology present. Discard dilemma. Another land dilemma. Alien Labyrinth. To get through this maze-like structure and continue, away team must have a tricorder or 2 engineer. And here's the common Scotty that I was telling you about. Montgomery Scott. Big star. Double engineer, so he's an engineer with an extra engineering skill. He's also got astrophysics and honor, and miracle worker. Miracle worker is a special skill, which they talk about in the rules for this. It includes transporter skill, and they set it up so that they could add extra stuff later. Whether they ever did add additional skills to it beyond transporter skill and the fact that it's just different in Miracle Worker, which there are a card or two that affect specifically Miracle Worker, I never heard. But at least, if nothing else, it counts as transporter skill in addition. So, yeah, his strength isn't the best, but his integrity and cunning are very decent. He's got big staffing, double engineer. This was one of the best commons you could get early on in the game for personnel, and very happy to have this. If we'd end up doing a giveaway a little while later, I'll happily throw this in to anyone who wins a prize if they want one. Very happy to do that. I love Scotty.
How to get Nightbot if you want, or just do a giveaway.
Oh, we'll find a way to do it differently if that's what's wanted.
If you want a snack later.
Okay, don't
Snack in
know
the
what
box.
that is. Plays on Plasma Fire or Warp Core Breach to move onto nearest opponent's ship. Or Melt. Place out of play, 1 card in hand in any 1 discard pile. It's a Fire Sculptor. Vulcan Nerve Pinch. Vulcans are the only species known to use this method of rendering an opponent unconscious. However, Lieutenant Commander Data was able to master the technique. Plays at the start of away team or Rogue Borg battle. Each Vulcan or Sung-type android present may place 1 personnel, random selection, in stasis until the end of your next turn. Sung-type android, I believe, was also a common, but from the next set. It wasn't available until Q Continuum came out. And it was very handy because it was non-aligned. You could use it with any group. And when it reported, you got to pick its main affiliation and gender. So you get to pick whether it was a science android or an engineering android or an officer android or a security android, depending on what the situation required. It had good base stats, strength 10 as I recall. And yeah, there were some things that got extra, like it was just handy to have androids around for. So that was one of the better commons you could get from the next set, I believe. I don't think it's in this one. Dilemma that can be played either, but again, it's alternate universe. If the Traveler Transcendence is affecting you, all crew members here with cunning plus integrity less than 12 are killed unless empathy present. Empathy was a fairly rare skill. Devanani Raul had it for non-aligned personnel, and Troy had it for the Federation. I don't remember. Oh, and Troy's mom has it, of course. But those are the only ones who really come to mind with it. And Traveler Transcendence was a useful card to play on yourself so that you could draw an extra card each turn. Hidden Entrance. Located the concealed entrance to continue, away team must have Geordie LaForge or engineer plus cunning greater than 32. There's a Ferengi attack. Kills 1 away team member, opponent's choice, unless total cunning plus strength is greater than 68 or greed present. Discard dilemma. So you can see this set was great for flushing out and giving more diversity to dilemmas. Look at all these common, interrupts and dilemmas. And only 1 personnel, and 1 ship for the commons in this pack. And this is pretty typical from what I remember. So yeah, it would be hard to build decks out of just this, but it's meant to flush out what was in Premiere. So Thomas has a pack ready that he's ready to open, or that he has opened and he wants to go through now. Incoming message, attack authorization. So the Federation can't usually attack, but this card I think is, where are we? One that allows that. Plays on any Federation ship. If treachery aboard, this ship must immediately attack 1 ship, your choice, at this location. May ignore if VIP aboard. So you can actually force your opponent to initiate combat with this too. Interesting. Are you going through these, or am I just commenting?
I think he just likes opening them through.
You want me to hand this to you, or okay? So again, the first 3 should be uncommons, so we're putting those rare, uncommon, common. Okay?
Okay.
Quantum singularity life forms. If a Romulan ship present, all ships and personnel here are placed in stasis. Cure with emergency transporter armbands, time pod ring, or new engineer arriving. The dilemma, are you flipping them? Am I flipping them? What are we doing? Okay, that was just one. The Caribidis. This wreckage was quickly dated to 2033 to 2079 due to its 52-star American flag, an example of the importance of such knowledge when dealing with ancient artifacts. So I wonder what's going to happen in 2033 that will allow the United States to pick up 2 more states. Anyway. Plays on table. Artifacts at captured missions cannot be acquired until archaeology present. If Charterbus destroyed, anyone present may acquire the artifact. Gotta love how every single humanoid alien has the same knockout nerve in their neck. Yeah, for the Vulcan nerve pinch we were talking about before. Yeah, I think there were some alien species which were more resistant to it, but it was a common thing. So this was the 3rd one, uncommon, was it, Thomas?
I think so.
Alright, rare. A mission. So, study interior of nebula filled with energy strands that obstruct navigation. So you need diplomacy plus youth times 2. And the span of the mission is X. X equals 6 minus each navigation aboard the ship. So 6 is bigger than any other basic mission that I generally see for span. Usually the most you see is 5. So yeah, you need, but it's interesting that it scales like that. Can be attempted by all 3 of the main factions at the time, and worth 30 points. So that's an interesting one. I can go on top of the Davidian doorway. So we got a candle here. Howard Heirloom Candle. An anaphasic organism appeared as Ronan lived in and drew power from this special candle. Plays to double effects of anaphasic organism or empathic echo, or nullifies coalescent organism, or prevents Anya or Celia from morphing this turn. So again, referencing a bunch of cards that you probably haven't seen yet. Ooh, Outpost Raid. I used to run this card sometimes.
This would be common, right?
Yeah, these are all commons from here on from this pack. Outpost Raid, again, is a common that can be played at either land or space. Is always going to have some effects to overcome. But it's particularly nasty if you can guess where your opponent's outpost is going to be and get it there. Rogueborg conducted a brief but deadly raid on the remote Federation outpost in Okinaka 3. A bunch of personnel were lost. If at your outpost 2 personnel are killed, opponent's choice, unless strength greater than 81. So you need to have a really big crew there to stop this, if it's at your outpost. Elsewhere requires strength greater than 18 to pass. So strength greater than 18, if you've got 3 people with strength of a little better than 6 each on average, that'll do it to get past. 3 or 4 people can often get past that. But strength greater than 81, it's hard to get a crew that big together, especially early in the game. And it's a big downside to let your opponent pick 2 of your personnel to bump off. That's pretty rough downside for this card if you can get it on your opponent's outpost. So yeah, I used to run this somewhat regularly. Ooh, yellow alert. This was one of the first cards they came out with to try to balance red alert, because red alert was very strong. Problem is, this didn't really cut it. Plays on table while in play, cancels, discard, and prevents red alerts, and your personnel are each cunning +1. So you get a nice little bonus. Your personnel are each cunning +1. But basically, you need to get this on the table before the red alert is played. And basically, because as soon as the red alert hits play, player dumps their hand, and that's the biggest advantage they get. Taking it off the table later isn't as impactful unless they're drawing lots of cards, but even then, you could still use Kevin Uxbridge to clear this off and play your own red alert. So that's still on the table. And you could even play your own red alert, dump your hand, and then play this to keep your opponent from being able to use the red alert or play their own. So it didn't really solve the problem, but it was an early attempt. Oh, here's a Targ. Non-unique Klingon animal. All non-Targ Klingons are strength +1 plus where present, so that's a handy little buff, especially since Klingons like to fight. Nullifies 1 Just Plague Rogueborg Mercenary where present. So again, the strategy that I talked about with Rogueborgs, where you can just play 1 instead of trying to play a bunch to take over ship, just play 1. It starts combat, it stops your crew. This prevents that. If you're just going to drop 1, they would need to drop 2 to get it going. Empathic Echo. 1 personnel present with empathy. Random selection is killed unless security and medical present. So it requires you to have more than just officers. You need security and medical. Unless 2 science present or mind meld present. Play on table as an event card. While in play, lowers strength of each of your personnel by 2, not cumulative. Countermanda. Nullifies telepathic alien kidnappers, or if an opponent played rescue or parlor toff, suspends that action, look through opponent's discard pile, and put any 3 cards out of play. So this is basically anti-rescue / parlor toff, which are cards which let you bring back cards from your discard pile. It lets you stop that from happening. Ooh, Hail. Plays on any ship flying by one of your ships. It must stop at your location. Or select 2 ships. They cannot battle each other this turn. So again, just manipulating how ships interact. And here we have a double common. That wasn't that unusual with this set. Again, the distribution and how they did their it was right off the sheet. Basically, they didn't randomize very well, And yeah, you did get some of that going on where you get double commons at times. Kevin Uxbridge Convergence destroys all event cards in play at any one spaceline location. And Davidian Foragers. Look through any one discard pile and place 2 personnel out of play, attribute numbers to one of your alternate universe icon personnel for this turn. Or add their attribute numbers, right? So, so again, you look at the commons from this. Very much interrupts and dilemmas. We got one creature, one event, but interrupts and dilemmas, vast majority for that pack too. Pretty typical. Got another one here. Thomas going straight to scissors. Oh, I got it. Rescue captives. Your personnel currently held captive are returned to your outposts, nullifying interrogation, brainwash, and torture, if any or all are in progress. So this could be handy. Later on, captives became more of a strategy than they were early in the game. But, yeah, pretty narrow otherwise. Brain Drain removes all skills and cunning from any one personnel for the rest of this turn, or doubles the effects of interphasmic plasma creatures. Okay, here's an uncommon personnel. You know, I mentioned how there weren't a lot of people with empathy. I guess they agreed. So here's another non-aligned personnel, which could work with any group, basically. Empathy times 2 and diplomacy. Diplomacy was another skill. The Federation was very good at diplomacy. The other Klingons and Romulans, they could be a little tougher to find enough diplomacy personnel. Male leader at the Karen. Telepathic species. Who has no concept of spoken language until the Federation contact was initiated.
I will try and get some sleep now. Good night, everyone. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning. So those are our uncommons. Here's our rare. Gomtu.
How
Living
many
ship.
different ships are in this set?
How many different ships? There's a fair number of ships. But again, I think the more interesting ones are usually rares. So this living ship, for example, is non-aligned, so any group could use it, but it takes 2 empathy to pilot. So basically you need those non-aligned guys to get it if you're not playing Federation. If staffed, immune to supernova. If target has shields less than 9,
Alright, good night.
hurl it up to 9 span. So you can send ships away, basically, with your weapons. It doesn't actually destroy them. Range 7, shield 6. Where are we? Welcome in, all of you 37 legends. Yeah. Such a good card. Gotta love it. Okay, wow, these are all old comments. So that's our rare.
I'm assuming
I think.
one of the reasons why there's very few people is because
It's late.
It's late at night, and Star Trek itself is not as big a draw as, say, Lord of the Rings or Pokemon are.
What about Star Wars?
I would say Star Wars is probably a bigger draw than Star Trek overall, or at least it
We
used
haven't
to
really
be.
gone to your Star Wars
Some people have been a bit disenchanted with Star Wars later. Plays to discard Scow. Kills all personnel at that location unless aboard ship or thermal deflectors present. If mission is not done yet, it reduces its points. So some people, again, radioactive garbage scout from the base set was one of the better space dilemmas to slow people down and gum up systems. This could clear it off with some downsides, and if you put it in a place where your opponent had an away team that was unprotected, it could even kill off a bunch of your opponent's personnel. So this could be a pretty handy card if used with the right tactics. There's Eyes in the Dark, another dilemma.
So
Plays
it
when
could
facing a
be.
dilemma.
So it could be a card that you could use to your own benefit or to your own non-benefit.
If you weren't careful, yeah, you could hurt yourself or other players at that location. Planes on a ship, its range is reduced by 2, removed by returning to outpost, and evacuating ship until the beginning of the following turn. So gum up your opponent's ships. And again, if your opponent's ship was, say, 6 to begin with, and you reduce it by 2, cumulative, but even just by 2, and bring it down to 4, and there happens to be a mission with span 5 between the ship and the outpost, it can't get there. Oh, this dilemma I remember seeing some use. To get through the door, must have a Sung-type android present, or a combined strength of 27 from up to 4 away team members. So basically, those away team members would need to have an average strength of 7 each.
Oh shoot! You know what? I wanted to go and show them the comic books.
Oh well.
Ugh.
Not a big deal.
We'll do that another day.
It could always be a separate thing. Unless integrity greater than 40, this ship must do nothing but chase at normal speed and attack one of your opponent's ships. Your choice. Discard dilemma. So you can force them to come attack you. That's interesting, unless they've got a lot of integrity to stop it. And again, here's a double. And another double. Phaser burns. We've already counted that one. This was from the previous pack. So we're starting to, oh boy. Phaser burns. Was that 3 copies of Phaser burn? Oh no, one was in the other pack. Never mind. So yeah, a lot of doubles in the commons in this pack. And we found another attack.
Alright. Alright, my mess is cleaned up.
So go on, Thomas. You can talk through this one. My voice could use a break. If you've got any comment, or maybe I'll...
I'm not exactly like the close in terms of commenting.
Oh. Romulan ambush. Destroys opponent's ship with shields less than 6 present with your Diderotix class ship. That's the big Romulan warbirds there pictured. Crew killed, except 1 personnel. Your choice is made captive.
So it can be a pretty handy card.
Yeah, if they're running ships with shields less than 6, or you can find a way to reduce their shields. Either way. So yeah, that's uncommon. So we can shift that down. Ooh, Paul Rice. This is a generic personnel, and he's, so you can have as many copies in play as you want. He's also a holographic personnel. That has certain advantages that makes him hard to kill. Big Star Officer, Leadership, Computer Skill. Nullifies 1 Echo Papa 607 where present.
Dude.
And his stats are decent, but not super great.
Eric, you need something for your throat.
Ouch.
I know that I found gum since my fault.
Yeah, well, chewing and talking at the same time doesn't help. But anyway, so that's 2 uncommons. Oh, now here's an important one. This is again uncommon, but it had a huge impact going forward. Captain's Log. This little event plays on table. Any of your personnel aboard a ship he or she commanded or captained, as referenced in the ship lore, or the character's lore that was also counted, Raises shields +3 and weapons +3. It's not cumulative, so you can't just play a bunch of Captain's Log. But if you get one on the table, weapons and shields +3 is a very significant buff if you can line up the ship with the commanding officer. There's even things that would allow you to download this later on, too. So, here's a good uncommon. Sees Wesley. Plays on opponent's ship under the influence of Criterion Game Dilemma. All remaining personnel are disabled. If Wesley Crusher aboard, he is made your captive. So that's the rare. And then here, I thought this was uncommon, but I guess it makes sense that they would make it common. This is the alternate universe doorway. This is the thing that you place on table during the seed phase, for example. Door is now opened, allowing alternate universe cards to enter play. Or, stack in deck and use as follows. Plays to nullify one revolving doorway or subspace schism, and it's discarded. Or, allows one ship to pass through a Q-net, and again it's discarded. Or, nullify one temporal rift and return doorway to your hand. So, quite a useful card. It could help get through some sticky things, but usually it was just one you seed at the start to allow you to play alternate universe cards. Here's another dilemma that I used to throw in sometimes, just because I didn't have a lot of dilemmas, and it could have some decent effects if they weren't ready for it. One away team member, random selection, is killed. Or, beam up that personnel at a penalty. Double the penalty if Federation. So against the Federation, you have to pay -10 points in order to save your personnel from dying. Otherwise, it just kills a random personnel, which can be quite irritating depending on how the selection goes. Here's the other. Same things we've seen. Same commons we've seen. Oh, Hunter Gang, I don't think we've... 2 away team members, random selection, are chased. Examine cards separately. Personnel escapes if cunning is even. Kill Defod. Discard Dilemma. So a little bit random. 2 random away team members. You check if their cunning is odd or even, and that determines if they live. So it could kill a couple people. Might not do anything. There's their attack. Phaser burns. Jamaharan. Nullifies Horgon, or nullifies Parallel Romance, or if planet Risa is on the space line, immediately move any one male personnel alone on a planet to Risa. Alrighty. So yeah, it becomes quickly very obvious with the types of cards and the distribution here. It definitely meant as an expansion. Oh, that guy again. There's another uncommon. Again, show what you're opening here. That is Maki or Mox.
Here?
Yeah, in the middle is the uncommons. Rescue captives, Zaldum. These are ones we've seen before. Our rare, ooh. Captain Rachel Garrett. So, decent number of skills on this one. Again, she is alternate universe, but a big star, officer, integrity 9, strength, cunning 7, strength 5. Officer, honor, also an engineer, leadership, diplomacy, and astrophysics. Good balance of skills. And captain of the USS Enterprise C. which was also made available in this set and has special rules. So again, with Captain's Log, you could get that buff if you've got the two of them together. She's a fairly strong officer, especially for the day she was printed.
Is like what about this card?
Okay, that's a common. That's the next. We got our first rare personnel, I think. So, Rishon Uxbridge. So cool. Same spelling. Nice. Comparing to Rachel Garrett. Yeah. And Rachel Garrett was there's a special Enterprise Next Generation episode where the Enterprise from the past comes through a time rift. It's a classic episode and very well done. And that's where she's from. So she was the captain of the Enterprise C, which is the precursor to the one from the Next Generation. The Rishon Uxbridge. Yeah, that was another brutal episode. In his grief, the Dowd Kevin Uxbridge recreated his dead wife, Rishon. As if she were real, he responded to her stubborn tendency to keep him calm at tense moments. Plays a top one event card in play. Protects the underlying event from Kevin Uxbridge. However, Kevin Uxbridge may remove discard Rishon, not cumulative. So basically all it does is, offer an extra layer of protection to one of your events. There's the mask. Plays on one of your personnel. While in play, changes it from a normal to an alternate icon personnel or vice versa. What else we got? Excuse me. Particle scattering field. Plays on one of your ships with a particle scattering device. No beaming to or from the planet is allowed. Where ship present, you may discard the field at any time. So again, they would just have to deal with the ship before they could, if they don't have a way to remove this directly. Kevin Uxbridge Convergence. We've seen this before, I think. Yeah. There's the Scow Remover, Eyes in the Dark, another alternate universe doorway. Same handful of dilemmas. So yeah, back in the day, I only got a few packs of this set, and I think it's pretty obvious why. Once you open a few packs like this, you're seeing the same commons every time. It's handy, for sure, to open a few packs and get the new dilemmas to add to your deck, but with less other things to add, it really didn't, it wasn't worth buying a whole lot of packs of this set, for the most part. So it was a slower seller and stayed on the shelves for longer. And again, in the early days, they tended to print a fair amount too. So there's the Romulan Ambush. Brain Drain, which we've seen before. Oh, this is new. Frame of Mind. One away team member random selection now becomes a non-aligned with attributes 3/3/3 and only 2 skills. Opponent's choice. Cure with 3 empathy present. And that is pretty rough because, yeah, empathy is not that common. Like I said, it could be done, but especially for the Federation, but most people didn't run that much empathy. Ian Andrew Troy. Human husband of Loxana. Father of Deanna. Seen in Loxana's surreal vision of home at Lake El Nar, Beta Z. Friend of Stephen Miller and Ritan Grax. So, Big Star Officer, Diplomacy, Leadership, Music, and Computer Skill. Again, Not at all bad stats, but needs the alternate universe doorway to get into play.
Music have its uses?
Yeah, there's a few cards that are good with music, or that where it comes up on certain dilemmas and things. And then we got our usual suite of dilemmas. There's their attack again. Yes, a few interrupts. There's the worshipper again. Alien Labyrinth. To get through this maze-like structure and continue, the away team must have a tricorder or to engineer. Oh look, to engineer. There's Scotty. Have you tried the new Frad and... Nope, not familiar with those. Brain Drain, alright. Uncommon again. Ooh. Okay, the Forge Maneuver. So here's an interrupt. Plays to expose any one cloaked ship at a planet location. Could be useful. It's vulnerable, as if it were decloaked, if the next action is an attack against that ship. Yeah, we don't need that, thanks. And there's Zaldon. And here's an alternate universe Romulan. Where are we? There we go. Commander Tamalak. So we have in an alternate future, the nemesis of the USS Enterprise confronted Captain Picard, but cooperated to investigate an anomaly in the neutral zone. So, Commander Tamalak is a commander for a certain ship, I forget exactly. Big Star Officer, Diplomacy, and Leadership. Not the best skill set. Romulans early on did struggle. Some of their commons actually did have more skills than Federation commons, but when it came to their Big Star, their big rares, I should say, they couldn't really stand up as well to a lot of the higher end Federation ones. So that's our rare for this pack. So you can see, again, some decent personnel, but a lot of them are rares, or for the vast majority. Individual Forgers. Yeah, same group of commons. Anaphasic Creature. Hunter Gangs. Antimatter Spread. I did use this from time to time as a surprise early on. Plays at the start of a ship battle. For this battle, opposing ships' weapons are -1 for each personnel aboard them with cunning less than 8. Or, Borg ship weapons equals 16 this turn. So a way to reduce your opponent's weapons and effectiveness if a battle did come about. And being an interrupt, nice little surprise. The Gatherers. Ground Dilemma. Unless Maruk or integrity greater than 36 present, discard all equipment and artifacts in play. In away team. +1 card, random selection from your hand, and discard Dilemma. So that could be, again, if your team isn't particularly huge, having integrity greater than 36 might take a bit. And specific characters like that, unless they're a common main, that rarely happens. Thine Own Self. Attempting a mission with only a few... Yeah, we're a family-friendly channel, so we just want to keep the comments clean, that's all. The away team plays on opponent's 1 or 2 personnel away team. Away team is lost, placed under mission, rescued only later by completing the mission, captured if you do. So again, this is to stop people from using just one personnel to go down to a mission, basically to eliminate one-time use dilemmas or scout to see what's there. You could use this to just make them disappear instead. Latinum payoff. If greed aboard your ship when it destroys another ship in battle, X equals 3 bonus points for each officer aboard the destroyed ship. Another antimatter spread and another targ. You got another pack ready to go? Thank you. Here's another copy of the Little Forge Maneuver. And another one of Framed Mind. The Tama. I liked this ship early on. Again, it's an uncommon, so it's not too hard to find. It only has 2 staffing stars, and the stat line 7, 9, 8. Most big ships that had a 7, a 9, and an 8 that might be rearranged into different orders had 3 staffing requirements. So this one is a little cheaper. It doesn't have tractor beam, which can be annoying. Particle scattering device is very narrow use. But again, if it came to actual combat, weapons 9, shields 8 is your bigger stats at this end is useful for that. It's not the best for exploring, but 7 isn't horribly slow either. And again, for 2-star staffing, it's a pretty solid little ship. There's the Tama. And we got a double already. We already saw this thing. So there's our rare. It is a much smaller set than the base set is.
So it's an easier set to get complete.
Nothing new already showing up in the commons. Oh, wait a minute. Did I put the uncommons? Yes, I put the uncommons in the wrong stack. That's my bad. Alright.
I have a pack there.
Oh, for me? Alright. There's another Captain's Log. Again, like I said, useful. Artifacts. Artifacts up until this set were always rares. And technically this is too. But they put an extra copy of this particular rare on the uncommon sheet. So, this one you can find in the rare slot or the uncommon slot. So it's very unusual, and it's therefore at this point in the game, at least, the most common artifact you could find. So, place in hand until played as an interrupt card to allow 3 through the Davidian door, or double Davidian foragers to 4 personnel, or double empathic touch. So again, specifically interacts with very specific things. And here's Boratas, security, uncommon, integrity 1, gives you a hint. Male criminal from the future aims to steal artifacts with partner Azure. Once hunted the Tox Utot, discovered by Jean-Luc Picard on Risa. Once per game, if alone with archaeology on a planet, may destroy all but 3 seed cards there, random selection. So if there's a site that opponents just loaded up with lots and lots of dilemmas, You could use him to thin them out under that circumstance.
But what if you have multiple of that card?
Multiple of which card?
Like the
That guy?
yeah.
Well, he's a unique character, so you can't have multiple of them in play. It would just help you find him faster. Here's Warped Space. So this is a very strange space location. It was the first time this was ever done. The span on your side of the space line is 5, but for your opponent it's only 1, so they can zip by here and it barely reduces their range, whereas it's longer for you to get past. So that's a downside to it, but it gives 45 points, which on a game where you're trying to reach 100 is pretty substantial. And only the Klingons can attempt it. Takes 2 science, navigation, and astrophysics to beat. That's a rare mission. And then Dino itself, Platinum, Yellow Alert, Targ, Countermanda, Hail. Yeah, all the same commons again. You got one ready to go? Ooh, the Edo probe.
Is it a special one?
Well, it's one I remember being popular for a time early on. It's probably not as popular anymore with people, but it could be played at either space or land missions, so that's good. Abandon mission attempt until player has completed a different mission, or continue but lose points if you fail this turn. So if you're stopped later on, you lose 10 points. Or you can stop and wait till you've beaten some other mission first and then come back and beat it. So it gives your opponent a choice, and it may give them a penalty of having to do other things first, or just losing 10 points off their score if they don't succeed. Tractor beam. I don't think I ever used that before. It's really handy for things like the radioactive garbage scow, where you got to get something out of the way. That's the main time you use tractor beam. Oh, there's Azure. That's the partner of the other security personnel we just came across. Once per game, if alone with archaeology on a planet, may destroy all but 3 seed cards there. Random selection. So, very similar. Wolf as an interrupt. Saves any personnel with empathy who has been randomly selected to die or to be captured, or nullify Barclay's transporter phobia.
So it's just a regular wolf?
Yeah. Basically, I mean, it's a alternate universe wolf, so there's something weird with it in the way that it's showing up unexpectedly. But it doesn't have any special attributes beyond that, really. Ay, ay, ay. Berlingoff Rasmussen. Civilian, treachery, archaeology, greed. May nullify time travel pod if present. Discard both. So this, was an episode about a guy who was trying to con the Enterprise, basically. He'd come across some special technology, but a thief from the 22nd century, New Jersey, stole a time travel pod, tried to pass as a 26th century historian to the crew of the 24th century USS Enterprise. That's our rare. Gatherers. Counterman Parashon. Hey. You got another one ready to go?
Yep.
You see, here's an example of what someone was asking about music coming up here. I can see in your pack. So let's take a look. You got the Tama again. Again, fairly strong little ship. But yeah, I mean, just having one ship with a tractor beam was usually all you needed. So if you wanted to run an extra ship like this for security help, that was definitely a viable option. And being an online ship, you can basically crew it with anyone you want.
Remember when we played the Star Wars card game?
Yeah.
I was able to beat you first try.
Yep. Well, maybe we could try that again sometime. I've still got the Death Star 2 starter decks, which have a little bit more space built into them. Yeah. So there's the Tama. There's your Wolf and the Ito probe. And here's your rare. So, this artifact is from another very famous episode of Next Generation, where Picard gets sucked onto a planet which is now dead, but in order to live out a life of memories, they sent the probe to pass on the knowledge, basically, before they knew their planet was when they knew their planet was dying. But yeah, immediately play on table. X varies constantly, where X equals 5 points for each of your music personnel in play. Destroy with the devil, not duplicatable. So, if you've got a lot of people in your crew with music, this could be worth a lot of points to you. Eventually, I threw this into a Borg deck that I used to play, because the Borg are great at sharing skills. If you get one Borg that has a skill, regular skills can be shared through an interlink drone, and all your Borgs pick them up. So I used to do the Borg band, where I would get the Borg Queen out or something like that had music skill, and share the music to all the Borg, so they were all good at music, and then just find a way to pick up this artifact, and with all those musical Borg, you got a whole lot of points, and could win the game very quickly sometimes. And again, we've got the same sort of group of commons. Oop.
And also, I would like to play the Star Trek game again.
Yeah, so would I. Oh look, there's the Tama again. So you can see even the uncommons start to repeat fairly quickly here, don't they? Ooh, Cardassian Trap. Unless empathy present, opponent captures one unique non-Cardassian personnel from you, random selection, and places it on their side as a captive along with the trap. Now, if you're playing with captive strategies, this can be very handy. But if your opponent isn't and you run into your own trap, sometimes you're forced to try missions where you forgot where you put your own stuff, for example. If they don't have cards to take advantage of having captives, there's really not much they can do with that. Is it Shattered Reality? Artifact. Data's Head. This is an interesting one. Again, coming back to a specific storyline and episode. Excavated under the earth in the city of San Francisco in 2369. Discovered the head of Lieutenant Commander Data had been lying there undisturbed for centuries. Used as an equipment card. Head has cunning equal 10 and computer skill. While on a ship, range, weapons, and shields are all +2.
So that can actually be a pretty good boost if on.
Yeah, if you get this
ship.
back to your ship, it can give it a nice little boost to its stats.
And if you take the ship, a ship with the best possible stats, and then add that to it, it would be even more powerful.
Well, pretty much, yeah. There's Targ again. stuff otherwise.
I think like the only like the closest I've like ever been to like being awake for this long was like when there was like fireworks out.
Yeah, sometimes we stay up late for fireworks. Usually we want you guys to get to bed so you're well rested for school, but school hasn't started up yet, quite yet, so. And it's nice for me to have somebody here to talk to and share with and help keep me awake for this long leg of this stream here. Lower Decks. They made a show now called Star Trek Lower Decks, I believe. Junior officers aboard all starships cooperate in their duties while competing for promotional and advancement, such as Ensigns Torek, Sito, Lavelle, and Ogawa. And there was a specific episode or two where they focused on some of the low-rank officers you don't usually see in every episode. Play is on table. While in play, your non-holographic universal personnel are each cunning +2, integrity +2, and strength +2, non-cumulative. So it just buffs their stats. It doesn't really give them more skills. Temporal narcosis. Debilitating disorientation caused by prolonged exposure to a temporal disturbance, similar to nitrogen narcosis, the Bends. Jean-Luc Picard experienced this in 2369. Plays when opponent is using Horgon, Revolving Door, Emergency Transporter Armbads, or Energy Vortex. Your next turn. Take a double turn. There's Azure again. And then we've got, for our rare, a dilemma that can be space or planet. Unless exobiology present, one personnel random selection dies at end of your next turn. If others present at the death, organism is passed to one of them, random selection, etc. So until you find your exobiology, this is just going to go around killing a person per turn, basically. It's very nasty in that way. Fortunately, most medical big officers have exobiology, so there's that. There's the Vulcan Nerve Pinch, the fire. Oh, hello. I don't know how to pronounce this, sorry. I'm too tired for even... Anyways. Reef triggerfish. Found near Earth's tropical islands. Animated version of a symbolic guide on the USS Enterprise schoolroom class computers. Plays on any location. For this turn, your personnel with youth are cunning +4 and strength +4. Opponents' non-aligned personnel are cunning -4 and strength -4. This island, Ferengi attack. This was a useful tool. A neutral outpost. Seed 1 at any spaceline location, so during the seed phase at the start of the turn when you're setting up the spaceline, or build later at a space location where any engineer is present. No repairs here, so it can't repair, but it's a neutral outpost. Anyone can use it. It's got lower shields than most of the different affiliations outpost. But yeah, like you can, it's an extra place where you can report your guys, basically. So it's handy to have a separate potential spot to report. And if your opponent's playing at an aggressive strategy, then they have to worry about 2 outposts they have to take out if they're trying to lock you out entirely. So I used to run one of these just to have 2 different places where you could have your outposts. So it's definitely a useful card and a good addition to the game. These are otherwise pretty much all the same here. Oh, you found the senior staff meeting. That's an uncommon on this set. Some people used to think this card was just way too strong. Plays on a ship with officer, engineer, medical, science, and security aboard. Just before the initial attempt of a space mission, the first dilemma encountered is discarded. So it gives you a free pass on the first dilemma at the site if you have all 5 of the major classifications of personnel present on your ship. Officer, engineer, medical, science, security. Barclay's transporter phobia. Plays during transport by beaming delusional shifting or Iconian gateway. Sorry, dimensional shifting or Iconian gateway. 1 personnel random selection refuses all transport until cured with plexing. There's Azure again. Oh. Kumtar. Alternate Universe VIP. Big star diplomacy, leadership, honor, all attributes +5 if with Alexander Roshenko. And his base stats are 8s. Worf's son Alexander returned from 40 years in the future to influence his younger self to embrace the way of the warrior and avoid life as a peacemaker. That's our rare. These are our commons. There's our good old Scotty. Which one's this again? Equipment. Where present, nullifies interphasic plasma creatures, brain drain, and phased matter. It's a fire sculpture, the nerve pinch, another outpost, another outpost. Yep.
2 outposts in 1 pack.
Yep, and another Scotty. Scotty's great, but man, not hard to find. Mickey D. Alternate universe. Villain of the Hotel Royale, early 21st century pulp novel written by Todd Matthews about a shady casino character, made real by an unknown intelligence. There's the staff meeting again, the same there. Well, here's the Edo vessel. Ship discovered by the USS Enterprise to be protecting the peaceful society on Rubicon 3. It was described as half in, half out of the universe. So, staffing requirements are a small star and 2 alternate universe characters. X equals 8. However, there is always a 50-50 chance any attack is nullified. So that's for shields. So weapons is 10.
Shields X.
Yeah, shields X. 8, however, there is... so it could just cancel any attack against it 50-50, but otherwise shields are 8, which is moderate and fairly good. Weapons are very good, but yeah, the range is pretty poor. Where was I? So yeah, there's the rare. There's our uncommons. Commons seem like standard fare again. Oh yeah. Alrighty. What do you think, Thomas? Are we going to find a future Enterprise in here? Seems unlikely, eh? Then again, your mom's had good luck today with her pulls. You never know. We didn't get a 1 ring in the rare 1 ring, I should say, in either of the Lord of the Rings boxes we were opening today.
It all depends on luck.
Temporal narcosis. Staff meeting. Lower decks again. Reunion. See, this is one I was hoping I'd get a copy of, because I never had a copy of this particular mission. It is a rare mission. Utopia Planitia Mars Station. Transport famous officers to reunion. So here's that miracle worker from Scotty. To beat this mission, you can use that. Or cantankerousness. That's only on the old, decrepit version of Dr. McCoy, who visits in the first episode of Star Trek Next Generation. Or Spock. X equals 15 points if one present and 40 if all three. So if you can get the old Bones and any Scotty with Miracle Worker and any Spock together at this planet, 40 points is pretty decent. It spans 3, which is not too bad at all. Fairly easy to get around with. Having to beat it for 15 points would be poor, but
Wait,
if you can manage it.
what if somebody just put a bunch of neutral outposts in their deck?
Well, you can seed 1, right? You can't seed an outpost at every location. You could build a bunch of extra outposts later if you have the ability.
But one, and it make it get frustrating for the other player.
Alright. I think I should bring myself a coffee or something here because I'm starting to get a little bit hazy. Ooh. Cardassian trap I've already seen. Here's the thermal deflectors. Play zone table. While in play, nullifies firestorm, thought fire, plasma fire, fire sculptor, and phaser burns. You know how the Keurig works, Thomas?
I'm pretty sure you like put in like.
Yeah, there's coffee tabs in there, but check to make sure it's got enough water first. There's that guy again. Oh, the cryo satellite. This one was also somewhat popular. You can do some neat tricks with this. It is alternate universe. Seeds at a space location. May seed 1 additional artifact and up to 3 alternate icon personnel here. Those personnel come aboard your ship when the mission is completed. So, if there's an easy mission that you got out in space, you can seed some extra personnel on board here that you can go in and pick up fairly early. So that's a neat little trick that people like to do with that. And we're back into our regular commons again.
Where are the
Where are the what?
What are you doing inside? Yeah.
The Keurig pods. They should be in the far, like the one towards the fridge on the middle shelf there on the top. There should be a box of Keurig pods.
See it.
Is it hot chocolate? Is it coffee? What did you find? This is one of your brother's toffee flavored coffees. It'll work. Assuming there's enough water in there. Get a big cup, and then I'll add some cream and sugar to it. Again. Oh, the higher the fewer.
Like this?
Sure, that'll work. I usually use a bigger one, but that works. Ooh. Alright, well, we'll start with this. Dilemma that can be either space or land. Subtract X from your total score, where X equals the number of personnel in this crew or away team. So this one is to battle against opponents that tend to like to build up a massive crew to just overpower any dilemma. Well, if you got 20 people in your crew, or even 15, losing that many points can be a major drawback.
How much do you usually go for?
Usually I take the biggest setting for large, but it depends how big the cup is. If you don't think it can handle that, well, then go for medium. Yeah, that's probably a big enough cup to take a large. It just won't leave a whole lot of room to add other stuff. Now the Feckler here, range 11 is pretty unusual. Usually you don't see many ships that have range 10. They usually keep it to single digits. Weapons 9, shields 8. Yeah, it's big ship stats, but not too extraordinary. Destroyed the USS Pasteur. This is the sister ship to this. Actually ended up in that Fajo collection box that we got, way back there. We're gonna, take a look at a little bit later. Destroyed USS Pasteur in an alternate future, only to be thwarted by the future Enterprise, named for ferocious guardian of Grethor. There's a holographic character called Feckler that you can get in the base set, which for the Klingons, which has like 15 strength. It's pretty nasty. But yeah, this is pretty quick to get around, but it's also very difficult to staff. You need a big star, a small star, and 2 other personnel with alternate universe icons, so that's quite a lot. But it does have not only the decent stat line with good range, but cloaking device, holodeck, which is rare outside of the Federation, and tractor beam. So, fairly well equipped ship if you can get it going. So there's our rare. Same old. Good old Scotty again. Grab another one here. There's 1 or 2 more cards from this set that I've never had a copy of, so hopefully we can find another couple of those. Future Enterprise, obviously the most prominent one, but also Major Recall. There's another one I never had.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to have to add some stuff to that in a minute here. Oh, here's Mickey D. Civilian Treachery. Automatically wins Royale Casino side games if present. Very narrow. Interesting personnel. Pokemon Trainer Mike. Good morning, guys. Well, good morning. It is very early morning here. We are about 10 minutes to 2 in the morning. So, still more late night than early morning on our end. Thanks for joining us. Make sure you're all smashing the like button. Well, that would be appreciated. Working and on call, but here watching and lurking. Well, I'm glad you're alert and on call for whatever you need to be on call for.
And
The higher, the fewer again.
I'm probably gonna have to take.
Oh, here's another artifact.
I'm probably gonna have to take a big nap after this.
Yeah, me too. Receptacle stones. Place in hand until played as an event card on the crew of an opponent's ship. Any space dilemmas you encounter this turn also apply to that ship and crew. Discard dilemma. Did you say you added anything to this or no? Sorry.
I didn't add anything.
Okay, so I'll go add something and you can go through those cards briefly. We got another alternate universe doorway. Again, very handy.
Well,
Same sort of dilemmas.
Like for you to talk about this as the specifics about the cards.
Okay,
Because
well, if you want me to...
Because I'm not really
Well,
good
in that
about
case,
that.
could you put some milk in this and two big spoonfuls of sugar.
Okay.
Thank you. Careful.
I don't want to like get burnt.
Yeah, I know it's hot. Qualar 2 Rendezvous requires treachery and greed or Amari. Aligned personnel on planet in stasis until mission solved. So this one can only be attempted by non-aligned personnel. Any other personnel who are around, Federation or Romulan or whatever, they're just in stasis. You have to bring non-aligned personnel for this mission, so it makes it a little tricky. Very different. Yeah, sure. Engage shuttle operations. Plays on table. UK gang, Morning Goose. Yeah. Handy to have people who are in different time zones for sure. Thanks again for joining. Shuttlecraft may be carried and launched from your ships if tractor beams and engineer present, and land on planets. Requires their total range. So I think they made a way to make that easier a little later too. La Canta, civilian, small star. Ship he is on can leave one end of the space line and enter the other end. Wesley Crusher is attributes +4 if present. So he gives a nice buff to Wesley. And there's another card, I think, or two that can let you do that same trick, where you can go off one end of the space line and come on the other. Very handy if you're trying to get without having to go down the whole length of the thing. Or to escape a ship that's chasing you. Male American Indian descent. Actually, the traveler in disguise. Wesley Crusher left Starfleet Academy to study transcendence with him. Did you forget the milk?
I added a little bit.
Okay.
I didn't want to pour too much because I didn't want to spill any.
Fair enough.
Or have it overflow.
Cunning 12 is unusually high. Again, like Data or someone might have stats that get
like
that
some
high. But...
sugar that's still left on the spoon, so.
Right.
So I'm gonna put that in, and then you know what? I'll have it mixed for you.
Thank you. Then we've got Echo Papa 607 killer drone
or...
that was referenced in one of the others. So here's equipment during away team or Rogue Borg used during away team or Rogue Borg battles. So there has to be a battle before it's useful. First time used in battle, strength equals 10. Next time used in a separate battle, strength equals 20, etc. So it just keeps growing and getting stronger. But very narrow usage. And there is that other card we looked at before that can cancel it. And then we're into the same batch of commons as...
Did I stir this well enough?
Sure, as long as you get the sugar off the bottom there. Just make sure. Anyway. I usually go for tea more than coffee, but given the circumstances in the late night... Here, thanks. Put that in the drip tray or whatever. Good old Scotty. I still love him, and I'm glad to have spare copies to take to work with me and leave in my cubicle or whatever, so... Or to give out if we do a giveaway. We'll see here what else we get. If we get doubles of certain characters, there's some.
Would it make sense to have a hot chocolate
Echo,
at this point?
such a good card. Sorry?
Would it make sense to have a hot chocolate at this point, or not?
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a comment. What did you say?
Like, would it make sense to have a hot chocolate at this point?
I guess you could if you want to. You're trying to stay up with me too, so. Wait. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Radiant Goose. There's a lot of neat little quirks with this game, and I love how they reference so many of the episodes in the series. Royale Casino, Blackjack. Lieutenant Commander Data played blackjack while trapped in the surreal casino of the Hotel Royale. Tech said, "Boy, you have got the brass." Data said, "Hit me." Play one game of blackjack using cunning numbers. Players must show entire hand closest to 21 without going over wins points. Others lose points. Ties equal 0. 5 points, give or take, is usually not huge. So, yeah. Side game. Didn't see a whole lot of play in my experience. Here's a civilian. Same guy. Mott's advice. Now, here's... again, there's only 3 cards in the game, I think. And this is one of them that references barbering. Mott the Barber is a pretty basic civilian who has this barbering skill in the base set. Plays on any one personnel. While in play, that personnel gains the skill of barbering. So here's a way to give another barbering skill. The other card, I believe, is Barber Pole. I forget exactly what it does. It never did a whole lot. Ooh, Decius. There's a big Romulan warbird. That's always fun. Now, powerful ship created in Brasha's illusion, commanded by Tomalak, so that Romulan commander we pulled a few packs ago, transported Admiral Picard and Deanna Troi to a Romulan peace conference. So unlike the other Romulan warbirds from the base set, which, as I recall, are range 8, weapons 9, shield 7, this has got a substantial buff. It's still got the nice weapons 9, but +2 to range and +1 as well to shields is pretty sweet. And it's got the holodeck, cloak and device tractor beam. The usual Romulan warbird stats require for the base version, not the unique ones. So there is that too. Usually the unique ones gain an extra +1 to a stat. This has got +2 and +1. This requires a big star, and instead of 2 small stars, it's a small star and an alternate universe icon. And again, it's got the holodeck, tractor beam, and cloak and device, all 3. It's a decent ship. But again, you're taking the risk because there are ways to close the alternate universe door and make it impossible to bring this out. But yeah, it is a nice ship in terms of what's available for the Romulans. I might actually incorporate that. I had Tomalak. I don't know if I ever had the Decius, although I knew of its existence, obviously. But I do play a Romulan patrol the neutral zone deck sometimes. And the patrol the neutral zone site is non-unique. You can have a bunch of them out of there. And its span is 5. So having range 10 or more on a Romulan ship could be very nice in that deck, because anything less than 10, and you can only move 1 spot at a time if you got those lined up side by side. With 10, you could at least get across 2 at once. It's a lot better.
I tried adding some ice cubes to the hot chocolate, and they practically melted.
Yeah, they would do
immediately.
They should have cooled it down though. So again, all the same.
I only added like 3 ice cubes due to like the level that I was at.
Ooh, I'll try not to slurp my coffee. I'm glad to get the Decius. That could be useful in one of my decks. So could Major Recall, as I recall.
Is that supposed to be a joke about like the name?
No, I might be misremembering the name actually. But basically, there's a card in this set that's a version of Deanna Troi, who was undercover as a Romulan. So she can play with different stats depending on whether you can use her as a Romulan or a Federation person, which is pretty handy. There's the Cardassian Trap. Again, Mott's advice. Blackjack again. Okay, and here's another dual personnel. This was the first time they made personnel like this that you could have two affiliations, and you had to pick basically which one it was working with, because unless there was a treaty out, you couldn't work with them together. So he's a small star civilian. Stat line is pretty average, higher cunning than average a little bit, but if you play him as a Romulan, he has treachery and greed. If you play him as a Federation, he has officer, treachery, loses the greed, and is integrity -1. So, former Federation officer who defected to Romulus. Later, apparently had second thoughts and joined Spock's Romulan Underground in that year. So, yeah, there we have it. So, it, again, was not great for stats, but it was unique at the time with the whole dual affiliations. In later sets, much later, when they started to do dual affiliation personnel, they would print two versions. One with the, see here, like the Romulan green color background, or you could find the same card, did exactly the same thing, same stats, and they just had the different background blue. So you could find either version. That created a problem for collectors because it was still just as rare, but there was two different versions to find. So in effect, both those versions were like ultra rares, and made it harder for collectors to track down because they wanted to have both versions for their set. Anyway, that problem doesn't turn up until, when did they start doing that? I don't think it was until like the Voyager sets or something. So
I'm gonna add one more ice cube just to be sure.
there's good old Scotty again. Double engineer, miracle worker. Yeah, I like Scotty. Oh, you have one there ready to go? Oh, it's that's right there. Whatever. Alright, quantum singularity life forms. If a Romulan, yeah, we already did this. Earth emergency generator or newer engineer arriving. So yeah, sort of an anti-Romulan one. Richard Castillo, this guy's fun. We already showed you the captain of the Enterprise C. This was the only other flag officer who survived as they were escaping and got to the present time. And there's a whole, romantically involved with Tasha Yar. There's a whole story arc there, which is interesting. And it shapes what comes later with regards to Federation relations to the Romulans, big time. But he's, not super skilled, but not bad. Big star officer, leadership, navigation. Helm officer aboard Enterprise C. Yeah, that's basically it. So he wasn't not a commander. So even though in the episode, as it plays out, he ends up leading the ship back, he's not actually the commander of the ship. So things like Captain's Log, it doesn't work with him. But he is interesting in that being the only other flag officer from that. Ooh, Dead in Bed. Again, this represents a specific episode with the Hotel Royale there that's been mentioned a bunch of times. And they find the poor guy who was trapped there and passed away, a century or more ago. Kills anyone personnel currently in stasis. Oh, and here we go. Major Rakal. That's it. Rakal. So this is the version of Troy that can be either Romulan or Federation. So, VIP big stuff. If you're playing her as a Romulan, she's got Tel Shiar, which is an interesting skill to have. There are certain very specific uses for it. empathy, and treachery. But if you play her as with the Federation, she's got empathy, diplomacy as her two main skills, and integrity +4 and cunning -1. So it edits her stats a bit. It's almost as good as the version if you just played from the base set. That version, though, is an officer, which this loses if you're just playing this version as a Federation. But still got the empathy and diplomacy skills and comparable stats. I forget if they're exactly the same. I'd have to dig it out and compare. I don't know if I've got one that's that handy at the moment.
I am curious. Like, would anyone from
Definitely glad to
say,
pick this up because I didn't have this one.
would people from Japan or around that area be awake at this moment or active?
I would think so. Japan is many hours off from what we are, so. I would imagine they're well into their day by now. All right.
After this, we still got some more packs to do. Or get up.
Yeah, we're more than halfway through this alternate universe box now, but we still have the rules of acquisition and the Ferengi to get into after this. So. This is getting a little bit repetitive, especially with the uncommons and commons, but we're still seeing unique rares, which is nice. Oh, we hadn't seen this uncommon yet, and this is an uncommon. Sometimes people, when doing collections, get this mixed up because it's Picard. They assume, like all major characters, he's usually a rare. It's hard to make that mistake with Scotty, just because he's so prevalent in this set. But Picard, it's an easier mistake. As an uncommon, this is the alternate version, where if Q gave him a chance to go back and change his life so that he didn't get stabbed in the heart and have to live with a fake heart. But it changed so much of his life that he ended up living a much more timid life, wasn't as ambitious, ended up just as a science officer. Yeah, and he wasn't too happy about it. So it's kind of neat to see that alternate version of Picard got his own card. But yeah, usually I think I might have used this when I was first getting going, but I found better science officers in short order. Still, it's great to have that. There's that other
Even though I
online
already
mission. Oh, this guy's great for a Romulan deck. Anything that buffs all your people, even though he doesn't have a staffing icon, it's still see used sometimes. Youth, archaeology. Archaeology can be really handy.
Even though I finished my hot chocolate,
yeah,
there's still heat coming from the cup.
Oh yeah, the cup will stay warm for a little bit. Where present, Romulans without treachery are integrity +1. Integrity is typically the weakest stat on Romulans. So that really helps to fill that gap sometimes. This guy is often a good little throw-in a Romulan deck, depending on what you're trying to do with it. Whoops.
Wait, something I just realized is what if somebody tried recreating the
Here's another mission, Fissure
Star
Research.
Trek, but they used the game Stellaris instead?
I don't know, probably do a bunch of the same stuff anyway. Needs astrophysics and physics and 3 alternate universe personnel. Can be attempted by anyone.
But in Stellaris, there is one thing though. There is
Targ.
There's special events that can happen. like say with like there was like one event if like you like have like a certain amount of like the L like gate things, then you can be able to reach the L cluster, which
Okay.
apparently has like a bunch of like nanite things
Yeah,
that have like worked together, and they're apparently called the Great Tempest.
there's nanite technology and stuff that goes on in Star Trek too, in some things. But yeah, I really don't know enough about that particular game to comment on it, to be honest.
And there's also like
Trigger
there's
force
like
field.
primitive worlds which can develop em- into proper empires.
Right. So again, this is another card specifically to counter certain strategies.
Is there anything like that in Star Trek?
Specifically to counter certain empires. There are different strategies that have been used to try to stop, the Borg
No,
or Romulans.
I meant like if there was like a primitive world that developed into a spacefaring civilization.
Oh, well, over time, most of the races in Star Trek universe have their own histories, how they developed that way. Some took longer than others. This is an interesting dilemma. Rascals. It was an episode where certain of the crew were reverted into kids. So, passing through a molecular reversion field in a shuttle, Guinan, Ro Laren, Keiko O'Brien, and Jean-Luc Picard reverted to children's bodies but retained adult knowledge. All unique crew members, maximum of 4, random selection, are kids. Strength equal 2, and youth replaces the first listed skill. Cure with 2 medical and biology. So that can definitely mess up some of your crew because they lose a couple of skills and the strength goes way down. But 2 medical and biology isn't too bad to cure usually.
Wait, what happens
There's
if
Castillo
like
again. Ooh, revolving door. This is a tactical card. Plays on any doorway card or Iconian gateway, it is now closed. So if your opponent's using an alternate universe doorway and you get this out before they get their cards deployed, you can shut their alternate universe doorway and they can't bring out their alternate universe stuff anymore. This is one of the big reasons why it's a risk to run a lot of alternate universe stuff. Nullifies another revolving door. So if your opponent did that to you, you could use this to reopen it. So there's an incentive for both players to have these in their decks. Or reopens card underneath. Yeah, that's... There we go. Revolving door. I know a lot of people didn't bother with them, but it could come up from time to time. It's funny. In terms of commons, Scotty and the Targ are pretty much the only common personnel in the whole set. And the Targ is an animal. Like, if they were going to have so few personnel, at least they picked a good one. I'll give them that. Oh, tore it down the middle. Oh, yeah, there's that guy who buffs the Romulan's integrity again. Oh, and you got Junior Grey Picard for your uncommons. And that guy, yeah, 3 personnel. That's an uncommon number of personnel in that pack.
Then there's an artifact, an interrupt,
Isabella.
An event,
Rascals.
an interrupt.
Plays on any non-Borg ship at a nebula. It is destroyed unless youth aboard by the end of your next turn. That's pretty brutal. Youth is a fairly common skill, but if you happen to not have it, that could be rough. Or kill any one greed personnel who just exploited a worshipper.
Wait, what if you have this and then that? How would that go?
Well, then this would do pretty much nothing because this just gave your purple youth. So you've got the youth to get past this. Quash Conspiracy. So this is a Romulan only mission for 40 points. There's the Tel Shiar, and you need integrity less than 21. So you cannot have a big crew with this one. It's interesting. No ship-to-ship beaming at this location. So you got to set up your ship with minimal sort of crew to attempt it. It is an interesting one. There's the Rogue Borg Mercenaries, Yellow Alert, Countermanda, Hail.
So, like, the Borg are their own thing, but, like, do they, like, do anything for other, like, factions in Star Trek?
Do anything for? It's very rare, but it did happen in Voyager where they had some negotiations with the Borg and sort of certain objectives where they worked together. Very, very unusual in my experience. And then, unless you had groups of the Borg that lost contact with the collective and were trying to learn how to function on their own, then they would be more prone to work with others.
So
Iconian
the Borg
Gateway.
can be like talk to and deals can be made with the Borg, but it's
Kinda, but it usually doesn't happen much. Good morning, Sir Bane. Thanks for coming back. We appreciate it. The now extinct Iconians were demons of air and darkness due to their advanced technology, such as this instant transport portal to far-flung planets. Place in hand until played on a planet location as an event card. While in play, anyone's personnel and equipment can move instantly from Iconian Gateway to any other planets. Artifacts were tricky to play because you could only get them by seating them at a mission, planet mission, I believe specifically, and then, well, no, some of them could be played at space, like that satellite, and then going and beating it, and then you could claim it. So, you couldn't just, play it at whim. Hope you've all been good. Star Trek. Is that a happy face? I see the tongue coming out. So, I hope you like Star Trek. Anyway.
I remember one time
Here's
watching a YouTube video.
Same old pack of commons, basically. I'm going to break this down into 2 stacks because this is getting a little bit tall and wobbly.
I remember watching a YouTube video where, like, it was basically like Star Wars, but like the Borg attacked the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah, I could see people having fun making up stories like that. I do indeed like Star Trek. Excellent. So do we. Or so do I. Thomas is learning.
From what I remembered from the video, apparently the rebels, like, they were more effective fighting against the Borg than the Galactic Empire, or what was left of it.
Interesting.
At that point.
There's a Planet Dilemma parallel romance. Where are we? If present, 1 male and 1 female random selection have an affair. They are strength -2 each, and stopped now and for your next 2 full turns. That could be annoying if your key personnel are all of a sudden rather distracted. There's the incoming message again, and the captain's log, which, again, matching up those commanders and their ships, quite worthwhile. Ooh, Risa Shoreleave. This also sounds distracting. 30-point mission. Have a good, relaxing holiday on the Pleasure Planet. It takes music, youth, and a civilian times two, plus a female and a male. That's quite a bit of things. And civilians are sometimes not the most common personnel type to find, actually. So, yeah, that this could be a trickier mission than you'd think.
Dad?
Yep.
I also remember watching a YouTube video where there was like, it was like, apparently there was like this like wormhole or something in Star Trek, but apparently it like shifted to the Star Wars galaxy instead.
Okay.
And then like the and from what I remember, apparently the Federation apparently made contact with the
Seen that
Rebel
one before.
Alliance, and they were able to trade technology
Okay.
and work together to defeat the Galactic Empire. Well, that's what I remember.
Right.
And apparently, when the Galactic Empire tried bombarding a planet, like, I think there was like some like thing on the planet, like telepathically like told them to stop or something like that.
Okay.
I forget the name of the planet or like what exactly told them to stop.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy
But
was.
like I think I remember like one thing that it said it would like close access through the wormhole to the Galactic Empire.
Right.
Well, for the Galactic Empire anyway. Wait.
So yeah, Dathan here. This is the same race from that other dilemma from the base set that required you to have 2 diplomacy and cunning to get past. So he has the 2 diplomacy, and he's non-unique, so he helps you to get past that sort of thing. He's also the matching commander of the Tama. So if you've got the captain's orders out, you can give that quite a buff. Integrity
Dad?
is pretty good. Stats aren't bad, and Tamarian, just nullifies those related dilemmas. That's good. My brother used to use him quite a bit, actually, as I recall. I never had one till now. Oh, nice. That's a nice pull. We'll get there in a second. Where are we? So yeah, there's the usual again. Commons we've seen umpteen times now. The Klingons actually got more out of the commons with the ship and the Targ than the Romulans did. Oh, you got that one open. So this is the one Thomas just found. Same on commons. There's Castillo and his ship. Thomas found the USS Enterprise C.
Is it the big one?
No, the Future Enterprise is the ultra rare, but this is a good solid rare for sure. Its stats are. It's an ambassador class, so it's not as strong a ship type as the Galaxy classes, and compared to the Enterprise D, its stats are all just a tad weaker, but the staffing requirements aren't too bad. Big star, small star, and 1 alternate universe personnel. Enters play damaged at any location. Usually you have to report your ships to an outpost, and then staff them up and go from there. This, you can just plop into play at any location. And it's got, the tractor beam. That's about it.
So can it also be like crewed from any location?
Basically, if you have crew stuck on a planet somewhere and someone took out their ship, you could drop this down as a new ship for them. Or
But
if you need another ship and you're, because someone's trying to fight you, well, it's damaged, but it's still another body that you can have out there to deal with it. Yeah, I mean, that's a useful ability that can come up in various ways. Yeah, Risa is supposed to be a very appealing place. But yeah, this is definitely one of the more interesting rares you can pull in this set, too. So there are definitely some very solid rares in this set. And there's a few good commons, but they just come up so dang stinking much. Like I said, I'd use this. This is sometimes useful. So is the Tard. A lot of other ones that counter strategies. And having a second outpost, very handy. And Scotty's great, but again, how many Scotties do you really need? Anyway.
I'm pretty sure you can only have one.
Well, I mean, you can only have one in play at a time, but you could run multiple copies just to make sure you get him if you want to. Depends how important it is to have those
what happens
particular
if you,
skills.
Lose one?
Then you could play a second copy if you got it. There's those guys.
But if it...
Oh my goodness! Look at that, 2 in a row. Talk about alternate universes.
How many enterprises are there that we're gonna get?
I don't know. I think that's our first double rare too, isn't it? Might be.
Is it the most common of the rares?
Well, no. The rares, I think, are all pretty much the same. The most common rare is actually probably that Ophidian Cane, which can appear in the uncommon slot. Yellow alert. So we do have an extra Enterprise C. Technically, we could do a giveaway.
Officer.
If people are interested. Is there enough interest in there to do a draw for a giveaway for an Enterprise C, and we can throw in a Scotty and maybe a couple of other uncommons or something? Let us know if you'd be interested in running something like that. Paul Rice. I already looked at this guy. This guy, nullifies one of those gamma things. Sorry?
What do we do? A pack battle for that?
Ooh, getting spicy again. Here's Governor Worf. Again, from the final episode of the series. Big Star VIP, security, honor ×2, navigation, diplomacy, leadership.
So
not a bad stat line either. Yeah. Former member of the Klingon High Council in an alternate timeline, in which, by 2395, the Klingons had taken over the Romulan Empire. So they'd been doing well. And again, I think this guy was... where's the IKC Feckler? Was he mentioned as the commander of that ship? No, I don't think he was, actually. Yeah. Anyway, Governor Worf. It's nice to have the option to play Worf as the Klingons, since he's the most famous Klingon in the series, but he's working with the Federation, so it's great to have that option. Gives them another high skill personnel to work with. Said, I'd absolutely adore a chance. Thank you for your kindness. Alright, well, okay, so it seems like we got some interest here. We'll finish opening up these last 4 or 5 packs we got, and then we'll put together a little package and do a draw then.
They got an event for the running card.
So we got the higher the fewer again, lower decks, wolf, interrogation. Plays on 1 personnel if you've captured. Each turn, ask opponent How many lights do you see? If the reply is 5, return captive to outpost. Score 10 points. Otherwise, score 1 point and retain captive. So you gotta choose. You want them to hold on to the captive for a long time and just slowly eke a point a turn out, or just give them the 10 points and get your guy back. That could be annoying. I don't think it's a huge impact on the game, but it could be annoying. Hope the last packs have some you're seeking. Well, most of the ones I was seeking, I think I've already pulled. The big one is just the ultra rare. I'd love to find that. Is this pack you already opened here? Alright. Got another Dan. Barbering. Warped Space. That's a duplicate. Alright, there's a Scotty. Let's start assembling what we're going to put in there. So we'll throw in a Scotty, because why not? Everybody loves a Scotty. And these... Wait a second, the IP scanner. And I already put the... Yeah, I did. So these are all the commons. Yeah, why not? Throw in a neutral outpost too. They're handy. Maybe we can find a Targ. Where's that Enterprise? There's an Enterprise C. Those. Ooh, Beverly Picard. Nice pull. I could throw in Richard Castillo because he's from that ship, I guess. It's an uncommon. Beverly Picard. Officer. Double medical, leadership, biology. No exobiology, but still, decent amount of skills. Get officer and medical on one card is nice. Captain of the medical ship USS Pasteur. Alternate timeline. Although divorced from Jean-Luc Picard, she never could say no to him. I think the regular version has like one more strength and is medical, biology, exobiology instead of officer and leadership. So you give up exobiology for those two skills and a point of strength. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a valid, pretty good version of the character anyway.
When, like, looking at the thing there, like, it kind of, like, just cuts off.
Give it an alternate universe doorway since it's the title of the set.
Dad, when looking here, like, it kind of cuts off, so it
Alright, is this our last one? Oh yeah, it does cut off a bit.
So it looks like it says shiny pie.
Nice. Alright, is this our last pack, Thomas, I think?
From this.
Yeah, from the alternate universe box. Alright.
And trouble? You could just use scissors.
I could, but I'd rather... I like to keep my practice up. There are some packs that are just so obnoxious that, yes, I will resort to scissors, but this isn't that.
I'm using scissors because my nails are too short. Because earlier today, I had them cut.
Brute Force. So this is a rare. Strength plus 10 plus any number of away team members present. Or strength greater than 10 times the number of away teams. Minimum 3 personnel. So you need strength. You need it. Ooh. So the strength really scales up the more people you have. So yeah, basically, there's not very many personnel with strength greater than 10 You have to put just sort of that average number down there. You basically need to run weapons that boost your team's strength in order to beat this, I think. Alright. Oops, that's down the uncommons. Latin. Alright. Is there anything else that really jumped out? Oh, a targ, maybe. If we can find a targ. Oh, I guess we could put in the bird of prey. Sure, why not? If people are interested in the commons, we can throw those in. Some of the interesting known ones, anyway. Where else do we have? I don't know. We can go digging for a targ if people want a targ. Maybe the junior grade Picard. We had a couple of those, didn't we?
There's still people here,
Rice.
but I'm not seeing much in the
Steel.
changes of like what's being said. Like,
Yeah,
Not that
I mean,
many
people aren't
pops up.
particularly chatty at the moment, but yeah, we got a couple of junior grade Picards. We can throw in one of them, alternate Picard, why not? How about, what else? Senior, yeah, I don't know. I guess we could do, if anyone's interested. Helps to,
make it more interesting.
anyway, there's some recognizable faces and stuff. Anyway, you get the Enterprise C, you got its helm officer, there's Scotty, there's junior grade Picard, we got the alternate universe doorway, an outpost, and a Klingon ship. That looked like a nice little batch of cards here. We got 7 cards, including a rare, and then a few uncommons and commons. Anybody interested in that? Let us know. Let's, I don't know how the stupid other thing works, but you can always throw some names on cards and shuffle them up. That seems to work just as well. Let me grab a. Here's the pen and some energy cards from Pokemon. Or no, that's not the energy cards. Where's the energy cards? Absolutely lovely. Okay. Mr. Goose. Nice. Alright, so. Did we find any energy? Not really. Is there some? No, your mom had a stack of it. Somewhere. Well, first of all, how many people we got who are interested in this? Who wants in on this particular giveaway? For the Enterprise C and these other fellows here, some alternate personnel, Star Trek things. Let's go hashtag Star Trek if you're interested. You want in on the draw for these this batch of cards here, featuring the Enterprise C? Enter hashtag Star Trek, and we'll do a little draw, or maybe even just flip a coin if there's only 2 people who want it. Or should we wait and hold off and see if anything more interesting comes from the Ferengi? I don't know. No one?
Should I like open this
Yes,
up?
please. Hope there's more of us Trekkies around. Oh, we can put it off then. Hashtag Star Trek. Ryan wants in. Any hashtag Star Trek. So Radiant Goose and Ryan. Anyone else?
Should I like get this opened up?
Yeah, you can start to open that one. We'll be looking at that sometime in the next little bit here. So we got just Ryan and Radiant. Those are the only two who'd like in on this little batch here of alternate universe cards. Sir Bane. Maybe? No. Maybe he's occupied. Sir Bane here, yes, no? Ah.
How do you like get this like oh like that?
Yeah, it pops out and then folds up. And then you can put this in the back of the box. Like so.
And there's a little thing.
Alright, so it looks like we just got the two. So, we got our
Heads or
Canadian
tails?
quarter. We got the Queen. And we've got Caribou. So, who wants to be the Caribou? Who wants to be the royalty? Radiant royalty and Ryan for the animal. Shall we do that?
Wouldn't it make sense for Radiant Goose to be the animal since like his
Well, there is
thing
that.
is like a goose, which is an animal?
Yeah, that would make more sense in some ways. I could find maybe a loony if I have got one around. I don't know if I do.
Like a loony would make more sense
I
because
got a quarter with a beaver, but that's not really any better. Oh, sorry, not a quarter, a nickel. Yeah, I don't have a loony on me. So we'll have to make do with a quarter. Perfect either way. Alright, well, we'll go with Radiant for royalty, and Ryan, you can be the majestic caribou. I'll give myself some space here, and we'll see who wins the flip. Oh, what do we got there? That looks like we got the caribou. So, our winner is Ryan. So you're going to have to, if we don't have your contact info and you want these cards, you're going to have to send us an email. I think it's at, what is it, hashtag Spokat to get our email address. And then make sure that your parents are okay with it if you're underage, but otherwise, let us know and we'll arrange. You have to send us your postal address that you want us to send this to, and we'll stick it in the mail and send it off. So, you still there, Ryan? Hashtag Spokat, I believe, will get us the email address that you can send to claim this prize, and then we'll just arrange shipment. Where are we? You still there, Ryan?
Oh.
All
This
right.
one
Well,
these packs are way easier
Okay.
to rip.
I don't know if have we sent you anything before, Ryan, or have you won anything from us before? Because if you've already given us contact info, then that's fine. But if you haven't, then we're gonna need some way to get it to you. That's the thing. So you're the winner of that little pack of cards there from Star Trek CCG from Decipher. Oh, so you've already started opening those packs, have you? There, you got that box opened up. The rules of acquisition. So now we're starting with the Ferengi. We'll set these rares and stuff aside. Before we dig into these packs, actually, I want to do a little blurb here going over what came in between. And that is the Fajo collection here. The game had been fairly successful, and it helped them land other licenses like the Star Wars one and some others. And to commemorate their early successes, they put together this package at Decipher. So this was a book you could order, special from them. It wasn't available in card shops or anything like that. And it was...
Is it like for sale anymore, or?
Well, the company went under. So their stock got liquidated and sent to certain wholesalers. And you can still find these around. This is what I did about a year and a half ago. So they put out this certificate. It's numbered. Autographs from creative director, VP communication, chairman and CEO, product development. You know, all the people, leaders directly involved and from the company. Welcome to the gallery.
Did they actually?
And the Kivas
create-
Fajo was a collector of rare and odd things in the show, so they tied it in that way. You can see here this crusty looking old package of something at the back of this card. We'll see what that is in just a second. But basically, that card here is an old baseball card. So that was a stick of gum that was supposed to come with the baseball card. One of a kind trading card. Collectible icon of an ancient professional sport once played on Earth. Owned by Kivas Fajo, still retains its original bubblegum aroma. So, yeah, that's supposed to be a piece of bubblegum, which is now, probably about 25 years old. What's the date on these cards? 1997 is when these were printed. So, yeah, it's definitely getting up there. Unfortunately, you can see the glue that holds this down is starting to give out a little bit on the sides on my copy. But all the main bridge
be taken out.
Oh yeah, you can pull them all out of these. But it came with these 18 cards, and it included, like here's Kapla in Klingon language, so it takes some interpretation. There's Lore, Data's brother. These are all characters who were certainly in the Next Generation, but they weren't main characters, so they didn't make the main set. You've got up there above there Guinan. Guinan is only one of two characters in this game that I know of who are bartenders, and they made a card that lets you search up a bartender. Quark from the Rules of Acquisition there is the other one who I know of who's a bartender. So Quark and Guinan are the two most famous bartenders in there. There's another character who's got multiple different groups you can work with. Down here at the bottom, you got Miles O'Brien from the Next Generation. They made a version of Miles O'Brien shortly after this when he was working with his time at Deep Space Nine. But this is specifically Miles O'Brien when he was still on the Enterprise. Spot, Data's cat with 9 lives. Very cute. Stopped when killed the first 18 times instead of being killed. And once per turn may pounce to disable until end of turn one personnel present. Just cute and plain. You got the black hole, which would suck. You play between two adjacent space missions. and it would and each turn it would suck in from each side. Then when they introduced the Borg, you got Locutus of Borg. So this is Picard while he was assimilated, and he still got all his school skills, including officer, which was hard to find among the Borg. And leadership is not too easy to find among the Borg. Diplomacy can be tricky too. Lots of useful stuff here. And again, look, music. So this one was very good if you had the Rushkin flute and could share that skill around. Extra weapons and shields against Federation. This is probably the most playable of all the cards in here still today. There's Dr. Sung, who created Data. This was the first time they printed 2 people sharing 1 card. They did this a bunch a little while later to try and sell some extra packets so you could get a card where it was Data and Geordi, or Beverly and Picard, both together on 1 card. But here's Lursa and Bator, and they can work as Romulans or Klingons, but they're restricted with which Klingons they can work with. There's Kivas Fajo himself, who this is based on. No integrity. Yeah. Kind of sums it up right there. And at the top here, we've got some cards that play into alternate universe quite well. There's the USS Pasteur, that Captain Crusher that we found there. Version of Dr. Crusher, that was her ship. And the IKC Chang is the counterpart ship to the IKC Feckler that we just got.
Something I just noticed is
similar stats, and they each make each other easier to staff if they're both in play. So
something I just noticed is that the laser beam goes straight towards.
That was another new feature where you had art which goes first of all out of the card frame, a picture frame, and overlaps the other part of the card, and even into another card's art and frame a little bit in these. So that was again something very unique done at the time to make this set a little bit special. So overall, it was a fun thing and very limited, hard to get a hold of because you had to get it specifically ordered from Decipher. It's actually easier to find now than it was then.
Doesn't this...
And it's a nice little package. They included an extra poster in here and rules explanations and all the rest. But
doesn't this set add some factions?
Well, they added more factions as the sets went on. Just saw my little greeting. As promised, I would love to stay around. However, I have an unwell Mr. Goose. Yeah. Well, I hope you do well. And thanks for coming out. Also, I need to check on my neighbor. Yeah. Well, take care of the people around you. That's always important. And thanks for coming. Very much so. I will rewatch when I can. Keep on trekking and have a super Friday. Well, I hope you do too. And a wonderful weekend. To behold, much love to all of you. Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate it and wish you the very best for the weekend as well. So now we're going to be digging into some rules of acquisition. Yeah. So like I say, this set didn't introduce Ferengi for the first time, but it really made them playable for the first time and flushed them out. They'd been sort of some hints dropped in earlier sets in the odd card here and there. And there were still a few more cards added later, but this was really the set if you're interested in the Ferengi. And that's what it's largely based around. Oh, you've already got a pack. You've got 2 packs open already. Let's do the ones that are already open here. So, he's got a Decora transport. Decora class transport. Range 7, weapons 5, shield 7, tractor beam. Only 2 staffing icons, so it's not a huge ship. You see... Now, I'm trying to remember. By this time, they might have been mixing commons and uncommons, but they didn't have rarity markers on the card itself. This might be a common or an uncommon. I'm not sure which. In some sets, they started deliberately mixing the two up. They might not have been doing that yet, so it could be still uncommons, rare commons. We'll have to take a close look here. Collect sample. So this can be attempted by the Romulans, the Cardassians, which were introduced in Deep Space Nine, the Dominion, which was introduced in the Dominion, the first expansion for Deep Space Nine, or the Ferengi. Science, astrophysics, transporter skill, plus either smuggling or treachery times 2. Oh, we've got Tar, next generation Ferengi, big star officer, diplomacy, astrophysics, and made double Ferengi attack faced in same quadrant. Stats are pretty balanced, all 7s. Inglatu, civilian from the Dominion. Small star, medical, acquisition, greed, and geology. Strength,
Like, I
11.
just saw it go up to 14 and then back down to 8.
Yeah, well, people are in and out and deciding what they want to watch, and some people are getting ready for work now over in the UK, whereas people here are still pretty much asleep, so it's hard to get people really invested this time of day in anything, really. So I'm thankful for every person who's here. You can see this one was printed in 1999, so that's, the alternate universe was done in 95. Fossil Collection came out in 97, 2 years later. 2 years after that, we're up to Rules of Acquisition. So, vacuum desiccated remains. Interrupt. Once per turn, place out of play any Ferengi just killed by your opponent's card. Draw cards and or download Gold Press Latinum. Up to 3 total if a VIP, 2 otherwise. Alright, what else do we got here? Quark's Treasure. Shuttlecraft. This might be the rare. Again, maybe not. Might be an uncommon, I'm not entirely sure. Range 9. No staffing requirements whatsoever. Low weapons and shields, though. Briefly captained by Quark. So again, if you had captain's orders, plus 3 weapons, plus 3 shields would make it, at least decent, and no staffing requirements. Faster than a Romulan interceptor. A belated delivery from its former captain, Gallia, who had owed Quark a ship for some time. So, it's been captained by Gallia and Quark. So either one could use that. There's Benil. Officer, leadership, biology, greed, smuggling. Do you know where my iPad is, Thomas? We could look up and find a list of the rares in the set, and that would help us at least identify those. We got Barrack.
If
Small star.
This isn't it. I think it might be in your room.
I don't know. I had it earlier when we were doing the Pokemon stream, and then when we cleared the table for the Lord of the Rings stream, I'm not sure where it got put. So, it could be over there, or I'm not sure where it is. Anyways, let's look it up another time, maybe. So we got Barrack. These might be the uncommons. This might be the rare. Ugh. So we got 9 cards. Commons, rare, uncommons, or commons, uncommons, rare. I would think they would tend to put the rare in the middle, so let's guess at that for now. But I really would like to look up some of this stuff and find out a little bit more directly.
Do this?
We might be able to, but I don't know how it's going to affect things. Ugh. Can we open a separate window? Maybe we can. Where are we? Yeah. Let's see here. Category 1 usually has good stock. This is just a site that I use sometimes if I'm looking for singles. They've got a good selection at Category 1 games for a lot of these older games, like the Lord of the Rings we looked at before, like Star Trek. And let's see, where the heck are we?
And seeing some Star Wars stuff.
Quark, maybe? Search. This should find us, yep, Rules of Acquisition Quark, which will then take us to Rules of Acquisition, which we can then filter by rarity. Rares? Search. Let me know if you see any of the cards we were just looking at here. Is that Gallia, Barrack, Quark's Treasure? Next. Would really help if we know which one is a rare. So, page 2. What's that? Lurin? No. Barrack? No. There, Quark's Treasure. Quark's Treasure is the rare, so I think that's the pattern. We got 5 commons, rare, 3 uncommons. So, good. We now have a pattern. Let's try and apply it. Alright, next pack. We got Krozek. Is a security, small star, non-aligned. Navigation, treachery, Roomba. And may report where you have FCA present. FCA is the, what is it? Ferengi Commerce Association, something like that. It's basically their version of the Tal Shiar or Klingon Intelligence or the Obsidian Order for the Cardassians, something like that. It's their, police internal service thing. Patrol ship for the Cardassians. 856 tractor beam. Cardassian ships are usually a little weaker than the other 3 main ones, but still workable. To get past requires medical and 3 science. Scientific method. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6th rule of acquisition. Never allow family to stand in the way of opportunity. So, Kakula. I've got, I think Julian Bashir can download this, or somebody I have can download this. Beloved childhood companion and first surgical patient of Julian Bashir, yeah. Loaned to and especially treasured by Lita, timeless symbol of innocence and security. Your non-Borg personnel present are each integrity +2, or +3 if Lita present. Also, each player is limited to 1 brain drain or 1 going to the top every turn.
There's something I just thought about.
What's that?
Is that, could you use
strange bedfellows,
non-aligned, ships and crew for a Borg deck?
No, the Borg have very special rules as to what they can interact with and how. And generally speaking, at least under the original rules, the Borg can't work with any other types of crew members. Even non-aligned, who can usually work with just about anybody. Merida. Deep Space Nine, civilian. So this is Bajoran. and Ferengi. Can work with either. Civilian Science Biology Youth. And we have another dilemma. Ferengi Bug. Quark attempted to use a Ferengi eavesdropping device to gather information on Shaka Idan. He wanted to sell high-level Bajoran political information. Unless 3 security, or Odo, and any tricorder, or 2 FCA present, place a top mission. While in play, your hand is exposed face up on table. That could be annoying, but usually it shouldn't affect the game too much, I wouldn't think. Do you have another? Okay, here. Oh yeah, we should go over this briefly. Comes with a nice little Rules of Acquisition rules supplement. It tells about some of the new things that they'd put into place this time. So new rules. Ferengi attack restrictions. The Ferengi affiliation has the standard attack restrictions. They may initiate battle against any affiliation except its own, unless allowed by another card, but may return fire and counterattack against anyone. Variable attributes. So some have skills that you say it could be 2 or 7. You basically get to choose. Yeah. That was new. Phasing cloak. This device allows a ship and its crew to go out of phase with the universe. The ship is both visible and invisible and untouchable, and this can fly right through planets and other navigational obstacles. In game turns, ship with this capability can phase or dephase once per turn. While phased, the ship receives a range enhancement as indicated on the card. Phasing has the same protections and restrictions as cloaking. In addition, the ship and crew are not affected by external phenomena, for example, QNet, temporal rift, supernova, spacetime. However, they're still vulnerable to global effects caused by changes in the timeline, such as anti-time anomaly and stop first contact.
Dad.
Yep. Revised rules.
So you can learn some stuff about Stellaris. I searched it up for you.
Sorry? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to be researching that right now, but there's an advertisement there for the Fosro collection. Look at that. And here's a set card list, so you can see a few artifacts, dilemmas, equipment, facilities,
Apparently
incidents becoming more common. Then you've got personnel, 2 Bajorans, 2 Cardassians, half a dozen Dominion,
it shows
4 Federation, and a whole lot of Ferengi.
Dad.
1 Klingon, non-aligned. There's a bit more still, but yeah, definitely very Klingon weighted.
Right here it says $39.99 US.
Right, that's the price for it, I guess. Anyway.
And also, it does have some information, how long is one game of Stellaris.
Right.
When focusing on the main objectives in Stellaris, it's about 31 and a half hours
211th rule of acquisition
in length. If you are a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you will likely spend around 337 hours.
Right. So it's a long game if you want to dig into
100% completion.
Right. A lot of games are like that. We're not talking about that right now. Anyway. So, the 211th rule of acquisition: employees are the rungs on the ladder of success. Don't hesitate to step on them. Right. Sounds like the Ferengi. Quarks plays on Quark's Bar or Ferengi Trading Post. Each time opponent wishes to play a card during your turn, opponent must first discard X cards, where X equals your Dabo girls and Ferengi waiters present, minus opponent's personnel present. We've got Tar again. What's this? The Ferengi Pad. Cunning +2, each of your personnel, Ferengi use only. Call, science with exobiology. We've got a Ferengi outpost, shields 30, seed 1 if playing Ferengi, or build where you have a Ferengi engineer. Okay. Ooh, Grand Negus Zek. I think this is one of the more sought after cards in the set, if I recall. Grand Neguses are usually important people. This guy can use an orb. Big Star VIP. He's got acquisition, diplomacy, greed, leadership, law, and can download HQ Ferengi Credit Exchange. So yeah, he's got a lot going on for sure. We got a package of plastics handy. It might be worth throwing one on him. Or did they get buried somewhere? I'm not sure where they are at the moment. Oh, here they are. So Grand Negus Zek. There's no ultra rare in this set that I'm aware of, but there are, like I said, some cards that are worth sort of in the $5 to $10 range. This set wasn't as heavily overprinted as some, so even though the demand was lower, it's still. Oh god, a Ferengi Disruptor rifle. Lose 1 diplomacy unless aboard your ship, but strength +3 to all your stuff. Nabor, security, transporter skills, computer skill, navigation. And we got a mission that can be attempted by the Ferengi, the Bajorans, and the Federation. Runabout search. Class L planet. Transporter skill plus medical plus honor or greed. If you solve, you may download Odo or Quark here. 40 points. Doesn't sound too bad for the amount of skills it requires. You got that one? Ooh. I heard there's an extra copy of Gold Press Latinum on the common sheet, so it's the most common card in the set, from my understanding. But it's useful for a lot of the cards that the Ferengi use, from what I understand. Once per turn on a trading post, homeworld, or Quark's Bar, you may discard 2 Latinum, 1 if you are acquisition present, to download a non-Latinum equipment card here. So you can swap them out for other equipment. And we've got Dr. Bortz, Science and Medical. Bribery Incident. Seeds or plays on table. Once each turn, your smuggling or greed personnel may discard 1 of your gold press Latinum to add Ferengi icon to your mission there. Okay, so you can force your way into missions using this until your next turn, or prevent 1 entire point loss up to 9 points just incurred and discard, or to release and relocate to that personnel your personnel held captive there. Yes, Thomas?
I've seen like more videos of Star Wars versus Star Trek than Star Wars versus Star Fox.
I would assume so. Star Fox
so
is a much smaller
seen,
property.
And so far I haven't seen any videos of Star Trek versus Star Fox.
Yeah, I would say that Star Wars is a large intellectual property, whereas Star Trek is sort of a medium one, and then Star Fox is a small one. So the bigger the two, the more likely they are to be compared. The tech officer and medical with treachery.
Maybe at some point I could like make a video of like what would happen
Two,
if,
three,
like, say, the
5.
Lilat system was invaded by the Borg, and what would happen.
Okay. Oh, here's a big nasty Jem'Hadar guy. 12 strength.
Like, something I would
Honor,
see
leadership,
happen.
anthropology. Ooh.
Like, something I would see happen is Andros's forces and the Cornerian army would likely make a truce.
Likely. If they could, anyway.
Because the Borg would
In
be
the
a
pale
much bigger
moonlight.
threat than
To get
each other.
past requires personnel who has integrity less than 4, or a Federation personnel who has treachery, or any Garrick or a founder. So yeah, that's specific. But there's multiple options, so it might not be too bad. It's hard to tell, sometimes cracks. VIP, youth, greed, medical may serve as Nagus if you have no Nagus in play. Purchase Moon. Requires greed, acquisition, geology, and astrophysics, plus discard 1 to 4 gold pressed latinum. X equals the number discarded. So you can earn up to 40 points, or you can earn very little points. Depends how much platinum you've got to throw around. Interesting.
So, do you have to, like, throw more platinum at it to get more points?
Exactly. You have to have extra copies of gold pressed latinum available to discard when you beat that mission. And if you discard up to 4, you can get 40 points. If you only have 2 discard, you only get 20 points. It scales. Alright, these packs are a little bit flimsier in some well, they're different. They're not as old for one thing, but that's difference is not as big as it used to be either.
Dad, like, don't the Borg, like, adjust to, like, different weapons fire?
Yes, they do. They do adapt fairly quickly. Ferengi Conference.
But before they adapt, like, ships could deal some serious damage.
Possibly.
If
they're strong enough to begin with. Seeds are placed on Quark's bar. When you have a Nagus here, you may download 1 copy of the 75th rule of acquisition to each of your other Ferengi here who has acquisition. Discard objective, or plays on your Nagus Quark's bar aboard a Ferengi facility. Download that Nagus, 1 Hyperion, or any number of Ferengi civilians with up to 11 total icons. Interesting.
You know the Star Fox game on the Wii U?
Yeah, there's more Latin.
Like, some of the ships there fire like big, powerful laser beams.
Yeah.
From a specific point on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Which, judging by the look of it, it might do some serious damage. And if quick enough, could destroy one of the Borg cubes.
Maybe. If they've got enough energy and if they're working in a band that the Borg's vulnerable to.
But the Borg might end up being able to adapt after a certain amount of Borg cubes are destroyed.
Well, maybe.
And then, like,
Geology medical officer has got some decent.
And then the
skills.
Cornerian army and Andros's forces would have to resort to Star Fox and Star Wolf to see what they can do. Which, like, bombs could be pretty effective, but I don't think they would do as much damage as, like, the big laser cannons. that like the other ships have. And like the blue lasers may be able to do something, but I don't think it will do much.
Right. Ferengi Rules of Acquisition. Equipment. Ornate book of 285 sayings attributed to Grand Nagus Gint. Of which guide Ferengi commerce. They're really only guidelines. Calling them rules is just a clever marketing ploy. Once each turn, you may place a Latinum card beneath draw deck from hand to draw a card if you're Ferengi present, or download a Platinum card to hand if you're Nagus present.
A Looney Tunes minifigure bag.
Yeah, there were 2 of those kicking around. We'd opened 2 of them before, too. We had Bugs Bunny and Tweety.
I found the other one.
Yep.
It was in the same spot.
Yeah, we used to have Bugs Bunny and Tweety, I think. And
I think I found the head for Tweety at one point.
yeah, I'm not sure where they are. I found the legs and the head for Bugs. But I don't know where his torso is. Oh, man.
And also, I don't know why Lego doesn't make like those things, but like for like Lego Star Wars figures.
What, blind bags for Lego Star Wars?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like there
Maybe
are
something to
people
do with their
that,
contract.
like, like one.
Okay.
Like, there are people that like make their own,
Mm-hmm.
but like I don't think it would be the same.
Rules
if
of acquisition
Lego
set.
had made their own.
Your custom cards get
And like I'm pretty sure
130
Lego
new
has,
cards.
like not very much holding them back
Yeah.
from doing so. It's just maybe it's not come to mind, or they're just refusing to do so.
Well, I mean, they probably have other reasons for it. Bring use only. Pad Nova. FCA. Leadership Grade Biology.
And also
Cross-
something I would like.
Establish trade route. Solok. Tower of Commerce. Just got smuggling archaeology medical officer.
Yep. How do you get out?
Oh shoot, what did we do?
It went off.
Oh great, that's probably because I didn't. Shoot. Is that right? Okay, well, can we
There
get
was,
back
like,
to where we were?
There was something I wanted to like search quickly.
Where were we? Should probably get back to monitoring the chat. Not that there's much going on right now. Oh, and here we have, yeah, the Tower of Commerce. Seeds or plays on
Is it
Ferenginar.
okay if I quickly search up something?
I don't know. What are you trying to look up?
Star Wars blind bags. Well, Star Wars Lego figure blind bags.
I don't think we really need to be doing that right now, but if you really like, you can, I guess. Download Latinum Payoff. Treachery times 2. Greed. Medical. Wormhole Negotiations has Ferengi yet. Okay, I think I remember this guy. I was in a Next Generation episode. Oh, my tummy's starting to growl. There's the rules of acquisition. Definitely showing its Ferengi legs. And it's a different style of play, all this Latinum and commerce type stuff. They seem to have decent skills, but it's a smaller faction. Ooh, Burrell. A Burrell class bird of prey. Old surplus king of prey. Much smaller than the Fort class ships. Ferengi bought this one to support a covert mining operation. Cloaking device, tractor beam, cannot carry ships aboard. Yeah, the stats are definitely a little lower. Tactic, Ferengi energy weapons. This was the whole battle bridge and tactic thing was introduced back in Blaze of Glory. So, neat to see they kept doing the updates through here. Attack bonus +2 if you have a Ferengi ship. Firing hit. Direct hit. Casualty randomly kills one personnel on a Nor or personnel site. Choice. -1, -1, -2, hull -30. And this seems pretty standard.
At some point, couldn't we like do a video where we like open some Star Wars mystery blind bags?
I don't know if we could find them and how much they cost, so I don't even know what they include. We'll take some research first and not committing to that right now. Market research, non-aligned or Ferengi. Uncommercialized system. There's a Ferengi shuttle. Definitely not as good stats as Quarks. And a Latinum. Senator Kretek. Big Star VIP, honor, law, security, physics. Your Romulan ships at some location are each weapons +2. Well, that could be handy. This definitely gives your guys a buff. And it's got at least some handy skills. Huh. Might be handy for my Romulan deck.
There's a clone trooper one available on eBay.
Oh, negotiations. 75th rule of acquisition. Home is where the heart is, but the stars are made of Latinum.
Which something I find interesting
well,
is that
thanks for joining us.
Shows like one of the Senate guards or whatever, which isn't an actual clone trooper,
Right.
but they have it there anyway. Maybe it's because of the armor design or something like that, or maybe people mistake them for clones or something like that.
Maybe. Dangerous liaisons. To get past requires 3 treachery and acquisition, or 2 science and 2 security, or Tai Kaja, nullified by discarding recruit mercenaries.
$18.86 Canadian.
We're not looking at buying stuff right now, Thomas. Cormelian vessel. Freighter class. But it's Dominion. 111th rule of acquisition. Prac. Tar. Artifact. Orb of Wisdom. Again, there are several of these orbs from the Bajorans. They've got different effects. The only one that I had copies of before was the Orb of Time, so... And I've got several characters who can manipulate orbs. Acquired by Zek from one of his contracts on Cardassia. Cardassia 3. The Grand Nagus used the orb to contact the prophets, then sold it to Bajoran government at a substantial profit. Used as an equipment card, your personnel present are each integrity +3. Each turn, one of your cards played here plays for free if your orb personnel present. Oh, that could be handy. Dabo. Okay, so this is probably a sub-game thing.
A neat video.
It could. Barrack officer security, select cartography, reactor overload. Did you leave the other site I had with the list of cards from the set? Anyway, it doesn't really matter right now. We can check up values and stuff later. I'm just curious. Because like I said, I remember the top sought-after cards in the set are Quark and Morn. And then you've got some of those sort of dual affiliation people, like Lita, and there's another one. And you've got a Defiant class ship that isn't the Defiant, but filled in for it for a time. It's lacking the cloaking device, but is otherwise comparable in stats. So that ship was also of some interest. I forget exactly where it fits. The Grand Neguses were both in demand to a certain degree as well. I think the one I got was the one that was more so. Dilemma, scientific method. Yeah, 3 science is a lot, really. Usually science is splashed in a lesser quantity than that. There's not a ton of great science personnel. At least, not usually. 6th rule.
Earlier I was opening these...
Never allow family to stand in the way of opportunity.
Earlier I was opening these packs way easier, but now I'm having
a hard time with it? Well, that happens. Oh, Lita. I think Lita was one of the ones that was sought after, because again, she can play Bajorans or Ferengi. She's got anthropology, youth, computer skill, leadership, music, and can download Davo or Kakulaka. So yeah, I don't have a huge mass of skilled Bajorans, so one day she could be useful in that regard for sure. Yabor. Class outline. How about search? Center of attention. After Morn faked his own death, Quark inherited the Lorian's stolen Latinum fortune. Naturally, this made him quite a hit with Morn's former partners in crime. Unless for security, or hand weapon and cunning greater than 36, or any Quark present, kills one personnel present, opponent's choice, who has treachery or greed. You already looked through this one?
I took a look through one.
So what are your thoughts on the... Ooh. Okay. So this is the Core Marauder. So this is the Ferengi's big ships. And it's a non-unique one. Ferengi military vessel, standard Decora super frame, optimized for battle readiness. Most Decoras enjoy raw power, but lament the minimal cargo space. So same staffing requirements as the big ships from the base for the Federation, Klingons, and Romulans. It's got holodeck and tractor beam, no cloaking device. But the holodeck standard is neat. And the stats are very even, 888, whereas most of those ships were 17, 18, 19 mixed around. So that's a very well balanced ship anyway, as far as the basic ones go. And it's a common, interestingly. Ferengi Disruptor, +2 strength. Arandis, Civilian, Youth Music, while on Risa, adds non-align. May use opponent's Horgon to take double turns. May seed face up or report to Risa. Seems like fairly narrow, although being non-aligned, that does tend to broaden things somewhat. Tal and Tog. Platinum, Nova, emergency evacuation from first contact. There was a whole set on first contact, and very rarely did other cards from first contact show up in other sets. I think there was only one in the movies set based in first contact. They stuck to the other motion pictures, but seize or place on the table. If your ship or facility is being destroyed or just encountered abandoned ship, you may place entire crew under that abandoned ship dilemma or download escape pod ignoring computer crash to save entire crew of ship or facility. Relocate entire crew to a planet at that location. Discard incident after use. Interesting. Oh, Cargo Bay. So this is in New Nor location. Oh, Starry Night. Artifact. Famous painting by Dutch impressionist Vincent van Gogh, painted Starry Night, dubiously owned by Kivas Fajo. Highly prized commodity. If earned at the same location as Quoke's Bar, a trading post, or a homeworld, immediately download here. Earn up to 2 use as equipment card artifacts. Discard Starry Night. So this lets you get other artifacts into play if you've got this one. That's kind of neat. Tog. Ferenginar. Deliver message. So here's the Ferengi homeworld, which that other place had to play at. Can only be attempted by the Federation, the Klingons, or the Dominion. VIP plus diplomacy plus acquisition, or Quark, son of Keldar, or Nog. Wow, we got a whole lineup of open packs here. That's something. Navra. Chula Crossroads. Immediately probe, then draw a probe card. Any of those symbols stops 2 personnel your choice, otherwise stops 1 personnel opponent's choice. Okay. Ooh. Elizabeth Lance. Medical Science, Biology, Physics. Female Chief Medical Officer of the USS Lexington, Gillian Bashir's medical school rival, able to distinguish a pre-ganglionic fiber from a post-ganglionic nerve. Okay. Harlan, former secret engineer. Forced labor camp. patrol ship. Establish trade. Solok. Letic. Dilemma. Jovis. Zibulon class. Range 7, weapons 3, shield 6 once per game. May capture an android on an undocked ship here. And download Kivis Fajo. So that's his ship. Objective. Or 33rd rule of acquisition. It never hurts to suck up to the boss. Ooh-ha. So yeah, you can see definitely with the 5, 3, and 1 breakdown as opposed to an 11, 3, and 1 breakdown. We're not getting a massive stack of commons compared to the others like we did with Alternate Universe. And again, in a smaller set like this, it's probably just as well because you don't get the huge numbers of the exact same stack again like we did with the other. Prac. Dilemma. Dangerous liaison. Ooh. Calandra. Civilian Youth Music Medical. The moments present are all attributes plus 1. And here is a unique one with an extra weapons. Alright, well, if I'm ever going to make a Ferengi deck, I would imagine this is the best ship I've got available. That's an actual Ferengi ship. Unless there's another one that is something similar. Center of attention again. Cracks. Youth medical. Military checkpoint. Gun running. Greed 2. Smuggling 2. Anthropology. And cunning greater than 28. Plus hand weapon or echo papa. And 40 points. That's not bad. Yeah, the Ferengi are all businessmen, so there's a lot of trading, a lot of backroom deals and trickery. Hey, Ferengi shuttle. February. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Continuing committee. This is the one that the group after Decipher folded that took over coordinating events and stuff for Star Trek named themselves after, I believe. Seeds or plays on Romulus may coexist with office of the proconsul. Once per turn, one Tal Shiar personnel or any Neral may report here for free. So there's certain personnel that you can get free deploys with. It's got higher shields than a standard outpost. That seems to be the two advantages to it. But it restricts it to being deployed to Romulus, which I don't think the Romulans can actually do much on in terms of missions. Still, it'd be worth considering. Ambassador Courage. Big Star Diplomacy, Leadership Engineer Law, may report on Ryza. Sivak. Oh, this guy. Small Star Officer, Science, Computer Skill, Archaeology, Greed. Yep. My tummy's rumbling. I must be getting hungry.
Something that I am curious about is how do like video game developers make DLC for games?
Oh, how do they? Well, they've got access to the code to the game because they built it in the first place. They probably had ideas that sometimes they might not have incorporated, or things that came up later that they could find fun to add. And if they've got the extra
And maybe
time and investment where they could easily add to things, then they'll sometimes do that to try to make a little extra money. Or sometimes it's just a passion project. Just from a small group who enjoyed doing the game. There's Bertel, Dr. Bortz, Car Transport. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's a engineer. Brunt. I think I've got Brunt's shuttle from a different set. So, Small Star VIP, FCA ×2, Treachery ×2, Navigation, Law, Greed, Computer Skill, Download, Writ of Accountability. Interesting. I wonder if Brunt is a top rare. I kind of doubt it, but you never know. He's got a lot of skills. Kazoo, Brita, and Runabout Search. Looks like we're a little, well, probably close to halfway through this box. Because it's one of the later sets, you notice the top there, they specified which series each card was from. Help you identify things if you were familiar with the different series. Transporter Technician with Command of Fluid on. More gold press Latinum. Dangerous liaisons. To get past requires, yeah, 3. There's the vessel. Crack. Bractor. Stellar Cartography Science Officer. Commandeer Ship. Ooh, fun. Parlanor. 47th Rule of Acquisition. Don't trust a man wearing a better suit than your own. Plays on your acquisition or greed personnel, nullifies all Paratoff cards whenever at the same location as any Garrick or other personnel who has more skill icons than this one may place that personnel atop owner's draw deck. Try to empty out the box. You can see they printed the serial numbers on the bottom on these. This one actually has held together. It hasn't let go of that back corner. The other ones had. There's more Latinum. Nova. 3, 4. What do we got? Lurin. Officer, Leadership, Greed, Geology, Transporter Skill, Force Labor. Ooh, what's this? Tactic. Plasma Energy Burst. Base 0 attack to defense, but attack bonus is +4 and defense bonus is +2 if you have a Decora class ship firing. Hit puts this on, and 2 direct hit puts this on, and 4 otherwise causes electromagnetic disruptions. Just put this on. So even if you don't damage the other ship, this still is going to do something to it. Weapons -1, shields -1. EM burst until your next turn. Weapons disabled, and all engineer classification personnel are stopped. That could be good. But its base stats are a little low.
In Star Trek, do
Market
they
research.
reuse some ship designs?
Yeah, from show to show and things, they'll often,
Like for like
when they design a
different-
class of ships for a group, it'll show up in many, reused forms often. Shuttle, incoming message, call. Ooh, Breen CRM. This looks like a big gun. Equipment. Powerful disruptor, often brokered by Hagath. Guaranteed to cut through reactive armor up to 15 centimeters and shields up to 4.6 gigajoules. Quick recharge, expensive but well worth it. Reports to your green or arms dealer. At start of battle, kills up to 5 rogue Borg present. Once each turn, this away team may attack a landed ship or facility at same planet. Damage equals download. No, that's not download. I guess you just sort of rotate it to mark damage. Nivor. Bodyguards. Tullbury wine negotiations. Any non-Dominion away team may attempt this mission for 45 points. Oh, but it's in the Delta Quadrant, so it's tricky to get to. Acquisition 3 plus strength greater than 30 or Gumaba or Pell and any quark.
Would it
We haven't found a quark yet. Or a Morn, and those are the top 2 cards. So hopefully at least one of them turns up in here.
That isn't there like some way
Burrell.
to like
Fruel. There's another
That-
Decor Marauder. Nice. Good option. Market research. Oh, there's Rom. He's a fairly well-known character. And he's Bajoran or Ferengi, so that's handy. Yeah.
Isn't there like some ways to like play like Star Trek cards with Star Wars cards?
People have tried to do crossover cards, but they're very different systems. So they don't play directly. Usually you have to make adapted cards for one to use in the other system, game system. Okay, that's good. So ROM here. Double engineer, small star, astrophysics, honor, navigation, physics, and X equals 4 or 9 for cunning. Pretty good all around, I would say. Certainly comparable to the Scotty. A little bit more flexibility for sure, although neither of these are highly played factions as far as I recall. I'll throw a sleeve on them anyway.
I'm not seeing anything new come from
No, there's not a lot of
chat.
chatting going on right now. Like I said, it's an awkward time of the day. And there's not really, like, I'm not even saying a whole lot, because this is something new to me, too. Trying to figure out a whole new faction here. Some interesting
Now
cards for
there's
sure.
just 5 people watching.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate, but it is. We were expecting this to be our lowest viewership segment, Star Trek is not the biggest draw, and it is getting late and we're all tired. Hopefully things will perk up a bit in the morning here, but or if someone is familiar with it and helps to contribute, that's good too. But yeah, this is the Jem'Hadar were very warrior-like. Remember that, but they need that tetracell white, so they're a little awkward to use. Ferengi Conference again, and Chula the Door. There's a bunch of these Chula dilemmas. This can be played on either. In the Wadi game of Chula, participants are confronted with a virtual labyrinth of doorways. A few seem to permit passage arbitrarily, but most remain closed. To get past, 2 personnel must each contribute any one of their attributes equal to a total of 5 or 21. Nullify by placing any doorway out of play from hand. And that's the rare, is it? Rare dilemma. Benil Cardassian.
Oh, now there's
Big
16
Star-
people watching
Big
now.
Star Officer Cardassian with
Now there's
smuggling.
19 people watching now.
Yeah, I mean, it always fluctuates a certain amount, for sure. Habitable Satellite, that's the purchase one. And In the Pale Moonlight Dilemma. Pass
Now there's
requires
14 people
a
watching
personnel.
now.
Yeah, it's going to bounce up and down. That's
Now there's
normal.
11 people watching now.
We don't need a play-by-play, thank you. To keep asking personnel who has integrity less than 4, Federation personnel. In a desperate attempt to spark Romulan participation in the defense of the Alpha Quadrant, Benjamin Sisko listed Ilum Garrick's effective but questionable methods.
Now there's 10 people watching now.
Garrick was a fun character.
Oh,
He always had some scheming, and it was always unclear exactly what his motivations were. He certainly knew more than he let on, generally speaking.
Would this give us enough
There's
watch
the water.
hours to get the first level on?
Oh, I don't think so. We're a chunk away from that. We've gotten about half of what we need, and this stream should be a decent, help, but it's not going to clear that much space. Ferengi coverage, Ferengi conference, and the big ship. 6th rule of acquisition. I've got some rules of acquisition from some other sets too. It'd be interesting to put them all together and see how many of them there actually are. There's that Ferengi outpost. And Crunk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Protection racket. Incident.
But wouldn't there be people that
There's
rewatch?
Ferenginar. It's only a game. Sorry? What were you saying?
I forgot.
Wouldn't there be some people? I forget exactly what he said. Very hollow. Oh. Scientific method again. Again, that's science plus 3. I think this could be a good dilemma. 6th rule of acquisition. There's more platinum. Omag. Officer greed, smuggling, music, archaeology. Download. If a male and a female present lowest integrity male and lowest integrity female are stopped, discarded if their integrity numbers are the same. It's interesting. That could be a quite annoying dilemma as well. Oops, wait a minute. That's there. There's Pell, and this is 34th rule of acquisition. It's good for business. I suppose it is. Plays on your arms dealer or acquisition personnel once every turn if a non-rogue Borg battle was just initiated or opponent's ship was just damaged. Download 2 gold press Latinum here. 3 if an arms dealer. Or draw 2 cards. Oh, another tactic.
Wait, now I'm curious. What would happen
standard one,
if a Borg encountered a Metroid?
Good question.
Like, how would they adapt to combat them?
Well, they'd probably try and study them first of all. Phased cloaking device. So this is what the other one was talking about.
But what if
salvage from the USS Pegasus? They see under Pegasus search.
Borg end up dying in attempts to search them.
Well, there's lots of times certain amounts of Borg have ended up dying. It's just whether they feel they're getting a good enough return on their investment, basically.
But what if they're
uses any
losing
equipment card while aboard your ship.
what if
It has
they're
phasing
losing a
cloak.
whole lot of
Range
Borg?
+4 while phased.
Dead?
Sorry?
What if they end up losing a whole lot of Borg?
Well, they usually have no trouble collecting more when they want to.
But wouldn't there be like some point where they would like
We're down to our last half dozen packs. Still looking for Morn or Quark. And I wouldn't mind the Federation ship that's like the Defiant either. I don't think we've got enough here to really attempt to build the whole set, but we've definitely got a nice cross-sampling of it, especially in the commons and uncommons. 2, 3, what's this? First rule of acquisition. Once you have their money, you never give it back. Seeds or plays on your freighter, transport, or Ferengi facility or ship. Gold Press Latinum you download may come from your discard pile. Once per game you may download 2 hand 1 Gold Press Latinum and or Ferengi VIP. Oh. Quark's Bar. Morn and Ferengi may report here. Once each turn, a bartender, a Dabo girl, a waiter, any Quark, or any ROM may report here for free, or download here in place of a normal card play. Player draws no cards that turn. Any player who has Morn unopposed here may draw an additional card at the end of each turn. Any player who kills any waiters or Dabo girls here in battle must discard 2 cards for boy, I lost it. Any player who kills must discard 2 cards for each. Ferengi ships may not report, dock, undock, or repair at this nor. Could generate some value. Oh. Down to the last few. We haven't had any duplicate rares that I've noticed, so that's good. Still a little bit of hope for things. Bribery. Collect sample. Oh, there's Quark. So that's the number 1 card, I think, from this set. Small cloaking device. He's got the orb thing, greed, treachery, civilian small star, smuggling, acquisition, anthropology, diplomacy, X equals 2 or 7. And computer skill times 2. So yeah, he's certainly got a lot of skills. Some variety in his integrity, good cunning. I'll put a sleeve on this one, because it is Quark. Alright. 75th rule of acquisition. PIP acquisition. Engineer. Yeah. I've seen those before. So I'm looking for still more in the San Paulo. And I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. I think there is another Grand Negus, but he's from the past. And I think there was another... Oh, Cassidy Yates, Benjamin Sisko's girlfriend. She's got some demand as well, and she's, again, dual affiliation. I think non-aligned and Bajorant. Tower, got 2 traps. Ferengi Conference. Oh, there's a double. There's a Kraton. This one's got an extra range, unlike the other. So would you rather have one of these with extra range or extra weapons? Well, it depends on what you plan on doing with it. But both are certainly pretty solid. Small cloaking device. Reports for free for smuggling, acquisition, present while aboard your ship with no staffing requirements.
Once we're like done with the packs, like, are we gonna like get some sleep or?
Well, we're supposed to run to pretty close till 6 before we start the next segment. So it's what we're doing with this. I'm gonna try and sort this a little bit and see if there's enough there to start really building a Ferengi strategy, I think. Narv. Solok. Ship incident. Writ of accountability. This is one I've seen referenced a couple times. Sovak. Franganar again. Dab. So we're down. This is the second last pack from this box. Decora. Ooh, what's this? Naprem. Cavort class, but Cardassian. It's got buffed weapons and shields from a standard Cavort. Cloaking device, tractor beam. That is interesting. Bird of prey, commanded by Ducat, commandeered near the Cardassian outpost on Cora, and Tora, Sifil's mother. That is interesting. I don't know how good it is, per se, but it's certainly interesting. Cracks. Okay, well, like I say, between Cassidy, Morn, and the San Paulo, I'm pretty sure there's at least 3 or 4 rares that haven't turned up, which I was hoping for. Hopefully this last pack's got one of them. That would be nice. But we've got some of the good ones anyway. One Grand Negus and Quark.
Like,
Quark's
since there's,
bar.
like, not really many packs left.
Since what?
Like, there's not, like, any packs left.
Exactly. So if it's not here, it's not anywhere. And, you know, unless I look into getting another box at some point or just buying singles. But definitely missing some of the... you're going to start throwing that out for me? Bribery. Cardassian. Narva. And, Nog. Okay, yeah, he's another double personnel that I'd forgotten about. I had Jake and Nog for a while. They're also Federation. And Ferengi. Engineer, Physics, Honor, Youth, Acquisition. 886. Engineer, if awarded your Defiant class or Ferengi ship. So that's conditional engineer for the second one. I could see him being useful as Ferengi, but unfortunately no more. So the better, the two best, or two of the best non-alliance didn't show up. But we did get, I think, most of the strong Ferengi people. Take a quick look. He's obviously we got most of the uncommons and commons. I'll throw one on Nog, why not? So Nog is a decent Ferengi. There's a Cardassian card. Ferengi support. Ferengi ship. Quark is a big Ferengi guy. Quark's bar is probably Ferengi support. Yep. Yeah.
There is, like, something I do wonder, like, what is required to, like, make your own company?
Oh boy, I've never done it, so I don't know all the ins and outs. But you need
brand.
Or what?
Or brand.
Well, those are two different things. A company is a business operation. A brand is just something you own, which could be used in various ways. This is more general use.
But when you need, like, one before another, or could you have both separately? No, so, like,
Wrong.
would Lucasfilm be more of a company?
Oh, probably. I mean, Lucasfilm certainly does produce things, as well as owning a lot of different properties. Oh, I got this twisted. Oops.
But then they got purchased by Disney. And then Star Wars went downhill from there. Oh, or that's what people say anyway.
Oh, could be. Where are we?
But I do like
Let's see.
the designs for the clone troopers, though.
Did we not have the list up anymore? We lost it entirely, did we? throw a sleeve on him.
But when you take a look at the Lego Star Wars mystery blind bags at a later time?
Probably at some point, but I don't think now is a good time to be digging into that. Where are we? Front?
I mean, that could be like something we could like do for like
Continuing committee for Romulans.
we could like do it for like my next birthday stream. Well, birthday live stream anyway.
Birthday stream. That's a ways off yet. Oh, I'd have to see what we could find.
But it would be something neat to try.
Possibly.
And who knows, we could like either get a Lego figure that's pretty valuable, or we could get some Lego figures that aren't very valuable. And it also depends on who's selling them.
Yeah. I don't know. Usually people price things as in a way to make a profit, so not likely to come out ahead on something like that.
But someone could be lucky.
Could be.
And also, like, with, like, the thing with, like,
Okay, so Braktor is the captain of
but it
that
also
ship.
depends on, like, the type of, like, Star Wars mystery blind bags. Like, there could be, like, ones that have, like, certain, like, a certain type of, like, a figure, like, say, a clone troopers or battle droids or rebels or something like that.
I don't know what there is. But again, it all comes down to pricing as to whether that would be even worthwhile considering. And that takes some research. So, Crytek, Tower of Commerce. Abram.
And also, like, Dad,
Yeah,
you know those, like, gold Pokemon cards?
gold Pokemon cards. Yeah,
Like-
some of them.
Or, what, if there's, like, someone that, like, was left, like, it's only,
Oh boy.
like, an actual Pokemon, like, it's only an official, like, Pokemon gold card if it's actually made of gold or something like that.
Right.
But, there
There are some people who think that, but that's generally not what they are.
otherwise they would be worth a lot more.
I would expect so.
and probably wouldn't even be in the tax in the first place. Because it would be way too expensive for them to be made.
Possibly.
They could like make a substitute with the similar looking metal, but besides that, like there's like not much they could actually do. And also, even if they used like a metal that looks similar to gold, it would probably still be pretty expensive to make.
Probably fairly.
So that's probably one of the reasons why a actual like gold or metal Pokemon cards aren't really made a lot.
Probably that's part of it. When they do make them, they use less expensive metals so that they don't have to be. They can keep their costs down, basically, and usually they're more durable as well.
And also, like, I remember like seeing a video where like someone like went to like a dump or something and like basically like grabbed some things to like get metals from them, like copper and aluminum and stuff like that.
Okay. Oh,
And like if you were to like get like the metal out and like melt it down, you could like sell it for or like for like who knows how much money.
hard to say.
Because like
Most of them, I think, if you're just making, regular things to distribute, it's not going to have any expensive metals in it, I wouldn't think.
but wouldn't they be like worth something?
Well, yes, anything's worth something. Raw resources are generally worth something, but usually not significant amount.
There's 17 people watching now.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it fluctuates, goes up and down. I got a fair amount of Romulan stuff, considering how much there is to be had, I guess, out of both of these, which could be a benefit to my Romulan deck. It was a little bit less than I was hoping for on the Federation front, but don't always find what you're looking for. There's Gormu. That one's a duplicate. Yeah, it's it's going to take me some time and a little bit more focus than I probably have at the moment to really figure out the Ferengi. And whether I want to try and craft a serious deck. I mean, I could just go around trying to complete missions with them, but there's so much more there in terms of a potential engine. And I think there's something I might be able to do to get a bit more out of the Romulans, too. I'm gonna have to take a look at that a little more closely. Did end up with a good base, really, for them, I think. Ugh. So we got the Commerce Tower, as well as regular Ferengi outposts, but we got the Ferenginar, so we could use that. Once per turn, one Ferengi, VIP, civilian, or a Purian, or one H card may play for free here. We got the two unique decor or a class with extra weapons, extra range, and then Quark's treasure. Got Brunt. Bactor is one of the captains of those ships. Orin, Omag. We got Lita and Rom and Quark. Some of the big names potentially. I mean, Lita's not, but she's flexible. Rom sure can be. And then Nog. There's Quark's Ice Linear Rods, I think, is a key element for the engine, which I didn't get. I did get the Grand Negus. Yeah. Got the other orb here, so that gives me multiple orbs now. And those. Some Federation. Cardassian. And if I take these Romulans, maybe I can combine them with the Romulans from here. There's some of these which look decent. Tomahawk, I think I like the other Tomahawk better, but I'll have to compare them directly. I do think that's a potentially pretty good ship if I'm not worried about the whole alternate universe thing. That extra range point could definitely be handy. And sometimes even an extra point of shields, if you get in a scrap, can be worthwhile. Running along until I've decided. There's Commander Tomahawk. I'm sorry if you find my commentary particularly vague and lacking at the moment. I must admit, I am very tired. It's been a very long day and a very long night. We are getting down to the final sort of drive here, though. Another hour or so, and then we can start gearing up towards our final segment of the 4 with the kids. This does seem to be a nice little push for my Romulans. I'll give it that. This guy's not great on his own, even though you can play with both.
It looks like
is he really worth it?
I meant something.
Hey, Darius Jarowski. Very much glad to see you. Thanks for coming out. We've been compadre. What's this? Boosters. This is the Star Trek customizable card game from Decipher. It's a game, a lot of fun. If you like Star Trek, it emulates the show quite well. You've got well-known characters. You got to build out a space line of missions, and then you go around and try to solve them. And there's dilemmas that your opponent will put down to try to block you. And you have to gather the skills required to solve the mission, as well as to overcome whatever dilemmas you might be facing. So it's quite the combination. We went through an entire box of alternate universe, hoping to find the ultra rare and a few other rares that I hadn't gotten yet. So I hadn't had one of him before or one of her, and I vaguely remember this, but I don't know if I actually owned one. But the range 10 might help. And then I found Senator Kratak here, who adds to your weapons and has some other useful skills. And the Continuing Committee headquarters, all potentially useful for the Romulans. Yeah, we're celebrating our channel's 1,000k subscribers, and we're doing this big 24-hour stream in celebration of it. We kind of got to do shifts to get through this night stretch, though. There are enough of us to do that, but it has made for a very long day for me, who hasn't slept yet today. So, yeah, we had a very successful first section with Pokemon openings. Mama Spokat got some great pulls. I had sort of mediocre pulls, I would say, with the Lord of the Rings segment. Overall, nothing too wonderful, nothing too tragic either. And I'm looking forward to digging out some of those. And now we're on to the Star Trek phase. And then once the kids are all up, we're going to probably do some Lego building and other games, taste tests, and activities with them as they like. And get away a little bit from some of the strictly card stuff, which we've been doing a lot of. Or I don't want one right now, thank you, Thomas. It's hard to speak and chew gum at the same time. Anyway, this boosters, No, I know there are some around in other countries. These ones I brought in. I live in Canada, not America, but I did have to bring them. These ones, it was the best deal I could find, was to bring them up over the border from the United States. But I do know that there are some around other places. They're probably most popular in the United States. Decipher was a very big trading card company in the late and mid 90s. In the early 2000s, it started to fade, and the company finally collapsed around 2007. Not really because of the quality of their games, but because of some embezzlement and unfortunate stuff that happened within the company itself. They were fairly successful. They made a lot of money on the Lord of the Rings trading card game. Their biggest three, the longest lasting was the Star Trek. Star Wars was also very successful and was one of the top games in that they had. But unfortunately, the Star Wars they lost the license for eventually, and so they pushed out their last couple of sets, and that was about all there was to it. But yeah. We've got some of the Lord of the Rings one here. Not only the Magic the Gathering, but also we opened a box of that earlier in the evening. Found a foil Gimli, which was very nice. But yeah, I'm not sure where to suggest going to look for them other places. I haven't done a lot of digging in that regard, I'm afraid. Where did those boxes I brought out go? I had two white. Did you see where I put the two white boxes, Thomas? White. Oh, they're under there. Okay. Wow, Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Yeah, I like Lord of the Rings too. And that was what we did leading up to midnight. And then after midnight, we've transitioned over to Star Trek. But I've always enjoyed both. And there's a bit of that. Okay. So here's. You can see how big some of these decks can get. This one is obviously a little bloated to the point of hard to shuffle. I like Lord of the Rings too. Yep, so do I and a lot of people. But so this deck is to be the seed deck where you have all your missions, dilemmas to hinder your opponent, even some side decks and your outpost, and then you'd have your ships, personnel, equipment, events, interrupts, whatever else you want to play for your actual game deck. This one is a little too big, frankly, because I used it more as a collection piece. There's the good old Defiant, the Enterprise, E, D, C, B, Starship Enterprise. I just tossed them all in one to keep them all together largely. Smaller ships. Traveler Transcendence for extra cards, red alerts to play the things faster. Give us Faja for more cards.
And then there's a Star Wars card.
Yeah, Star Wars is another whole kettle of fish too. Donald Varley.
Like, when did that, like, saying
Jean-Luc
start?
Picard. Riker.
That,
Oh, there's Kirk and Spock.
like, the saying that you said, like, when did that, like, first start going around?
What saying?
Like, oh, whole nother kettle of fish.
Oh, I don't know. It's been around for a long time. I like movie Lord of the Rings and movie The Hobbit. I think they did a good job with the Lord of the Rings movies. They did cut things down quite a bit, but they kind of had to get it to fit, and it flowed all right. I think with The Hobbit, they just tried to stretch it out too thin and ended up having to add more stuff than they really needed. Yeah, there's another one of these cross ones. Yeah.
Are there any people who play the Star Wars card game anymore?
Oh yeah, there are.
Like in big tournament type things?
Sure. The like I said, there's for the big three of Decipher's card games: Star Wars, Star Trek, and Lord of the Rings. They all have committees that still manage, run events, and even create their own expansions and things. Here's those two Death Star pre-constructed decks, and Death Star 2 decks I told you about. We could try a game with sometime. I don't know. Well, we got about an hour. You want to try a quick game? I don't know how well it'll work. I'll have to pack up some of this and make some space. But if you want to, we could do that.
But would we have to be on
Probably so.
The table?
That would make things easier. But yeah, we need to pack up some of this and make some space. Where did I put that box? I have a box, empty box, ready to go to put some of this stuff in. No, I'm not sure where it got put. I guess I can stack this up here again for now. Here's some of the rares. Here's some more of the rares.
Like, if I were to, like, make any video games, I would probably add, like, a battle simulator mode. Like, just to, like, either that or a sandbox mode. Just, like, to see how, like, the players, like, use all the different, like, features to, like, do, like, whatever they want. Except access, like, certain things.
Right.
Like, unused models and characters that, or, like, DLC stuff that is still being worked on.
Right.
If people get access to that, then that would just be, like, given out too early. or like
I would
be
expect
known
so.
too early.
So, for the Star Wars collectible card game, you have these were Death Star 2 pre-constructed decks you could buy, and they came with a variety of.
I'm gonna go with this one.
You want the dark side? Okay. You remember how we played last time? It's going to be a little bit similar this time, but there's some extra rules that have been added, obviously since Premiere, and the ship balance and stuff. So, if you look at the top card, or your face card when you pull this out, I think you've got a card like this that says used or starting interrupt, and as a or it's your location. That might be your starting location too, but look.
Endor?
Yeah, it would be on Endor. So there's your big. These two rares were reprints from Endor set, and this is from Death Star 2. These were your
This like rulebook is
cards
tiny.
in there. Yeah, it's meant to be. It's just this basic get to know you. But do you have a starting interrupt there near the front somewhere?
Endor Great Forest?
That's a location, not an interrupt. Should be a red card.
There's a bunch of locations at the front. Here's one.
Okay, that's any effect.
Oh.
There's one that should say starting interrupt. Used or starting interrupt. And it will let you search for up to 3 effects that can deploy for free on the table and are immune to alter. And so you can start with them right in play.
There's prepared defenses.
Yes, that sounds like it.
But I had to like dig through like
Poland,
a bunch
welcome,
of
Canada.
locations.
Thanks for tuning in from Poland.
Do I shuffle the deck
Let's see,
afterwards?
Poland. Is it getting close to lunchtime there? Is it close to noon?
Isn't Poland in Europe?
Yes, it definitely is. It's in what they call Eastern Europe. Or, well, maybe not. It's on the border of Eastern Europe anyway. It's east of Germany. And a couple of other countries, I think, are in between. But Poland is, yeah, out on that side. I'm afraid my European geography isn't as strong as it should be. I'm going to have to just distribute up some of this.
I guess it
But
would
anyway.
be best to like have it have the. Wouldn't it be best for us to have the deck shuffled?
Yeah. Does it look like it's all sorted and organized by what's in it?
There's a bunch of ships over on this end.
Yeah. Well, you can do that right now. Put cards from the top, put cards from the bottom. Repeat the other way around, and that'll help break it up. And then we can give it a shuffle. I've had these for a long time. I'm not too worried about their condition. There's not a whole lot of cards that are super valuable in this deck, because they were mass printed. But there are some good cards for playing with.
Is that how you shuffle them?
This is how I break it up if it's been sorted, and then I shuffle them after that. But this just helps get it broken up
I just
to start with.
try shuffling them.
Yeah, that too.
So do I just take them from the top?
Okay, well, I'm trying to tell you that these decks are designed to have a starting interrupt that you can start with some cards in play to make the game develop easier and more smoothly. So before you shuffle them all in, you should find those effects that you're allowed to start with right in play, which will make it easier to get your other stuff out.
Wait, so I have to get some more effects? So I'm gonna interrupt. I have to like get more interrupts.
Right, so I've got my starting location just like you do. I've got the Endor Hidden Forest Trail, which lets me move around on Endor. You've also got an Endor location, so you put it beside, if that's the one you're taking. Then I've got used or starting interrupt, and the starting is, and I'll show it to the camera here, deploy up to 3 effects if each of them deploys for free, is always immune to alter, and has deploy on table, or deploy on your side of table in its game text. Place interrupt in lost pile. So, by using that, I can go and get squadron assignments, which deploys on table, is immune to alter, and during your deploy phase, you may reveal one unpiloted starfighter from hand, or take its matching pilot character from take its matching pilot from reserve deck, or vice versa. So you can reveal a pilot to get the ship too, and deploy both simultaneously. This lets you match up your pilots and your ships and deploy them much more easily. So that's
How
one.
many interrupts do I need?
There's one starting interrupt, which lets you get 3 starting or 3 effects.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm just trying to make things a little bit easier for you to get started here. Then there's battle plan.
I'm gonna have to shuffle this up again.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to explain a bit before. So this one is, you may initiate battles for free. Normally you have to pay a force anytime you want to initiate a battle. This eliminates that need. Also, for either player to initiate a force drain, that player must first use 3 force, unless that player occupies a battleground site, except the hollow site, and a battleground system. So, this forces you to people to engage in combat. It makes it a lot harder to just sit back and force drain unless you've got presence at both places where it's at least possible or easier to get at them. So it makes the game more interactive, basically. And the one you have would be the sort of the mirror image of both of those. Then we've got superficial damage. This one deploys on table.
How many effects?
You can get up to 3 effects as long as they deploy on the table and are immune to alter. So sort of their first and last lines. You should have ones that do things that are quite parallel to the ones I've just been talking about here. And then the other one I've got here is superficial damage. And each turn, each of your characters, vehicles, and starships may forfeit one of its weapons, except the lightsaber, using a forfeit value of 3. Also, your forfeited weapons go to the used pile. So this makes weapons a little bit more usable in that you can forfeit them in place of the characters to sop up combat damage, even attrition, I believe. And instead of going to the lost pile, they go into the used pile even. So it just makes, if you're going to try to use, I'll put mine down here so they're more out of the way, but that's what these do, and now I've outlined that. And I'm pretty sure the ones for the dark side are all pretty much exact parallels. Here's my deck for Life Force. And then it's just mixing up, shuffling up the deck. Hey. And that just helps get the ball rolling faster. Makes it, again, easier and more interactive for the combat and for finding matching pilots and ships if you want to deploy in space.
Okay.
I think each deck has 3 or 4
I guess I'll
systems.
prepare defenses.
Right. That's what I suggest. That's basically what I just did. So, and you got your 3. Your battle order, I think, is the same as my battle plan. And squadron assignments, you've got, what is that one in the middle? Combat response?
Yep.
And then the other one you've got there is called what? Okay, I can't read that clearly from over here. Inconsequential losses. And yeah, that's weapons. Forfeited, go to the used pile and can be forfeited for a value of 3.
So I just start out by
So, we've got our starting interrupt, which gave us some effects. We've got our starting locations each.
so do I
So your starting hand size
do
in this
I
game
put-
is 8, remember?
do I like put all these out at once or
Yes, that's what the starting effect does. You can deploy up to, you don't have to put them all, but you can put up to 3, so you might as well put all 3. So then we shuffle up our deck and draw our starting hands of 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I got a ship here. Ooh, 2 of these.
what's the droid symbol for?
That's the droid symbol means that the ship is equipped with an astromech droid, which allows it to use hyperspeed, assuming it's got a pilot and everything else it needs.
Is it like a specific like is there like a specific type of character you need to pilot something?
Well, again, they've got pilot icons on them if they can pilot, and they'll say what they add to ships that they pilot. So usually a red with a little pilot helmet on it for the rebels. For the Imperials, I think it's similar. I think it's still yellow. In any case, if you've got unique starfighters, the combat response there will let you find their matching pilots, or vice versa. So that's handy, and that's how that works.
Like, is it okay if I say the name of?
Sure, I mean technically you shouldn't, but it's we're learning here, so that's fine.
Well, I got a TIE Defender Mark 1.
Okay, that's not unique. It's a type of TIE fighter.
So would it? So what?
So it doesn't probably have a matching pilot, per se, but
It does need a pilot.
it's a sport craft. It should have a pilot on it, if I recall. Is it not?
Like it shows like a yellow thing around the pilot thing.
Probably. There should be a square icon next to the astromech icon to show that it's got a pilot on board. And if you read the text, it should say, permanent pilot provides ability of 1 or something like that.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Right.
So, and also I do have some areas, so I may as well place those down. I got Kessel, Endor.
Okay, well, before you place things down, first of all, we've got our starting setup here. We've each drawn our cards. We've got our starting locations out. You remember which side always goes first in this game? Unless there's some rule, like some card that changes that?
I forget.
The Empire always goes first.
Oh.
So,
I
you know
guess-
what steps are to the game? Look at the back of your book. So to start a turn, what's the first step?
You may activate force from your reserve deck to your force pile.
Right. So you need to make a force pile. So do you know how much force to activate? Starts out with one personal force for yourself, and then one for every icon facing you on the locations that are in play.
Okay.
So how many is that?
3?
3 from the icons there, right?
Yeah.
Plus the 1 from yourself.
Okay.
So that's 4 force you can activate and have that much to work with to play things. Locations don't take anything to play if you want to put out more locations. Let's start by activating your force.
Okay.
Remember how to do that?
Do I just put stuff out or?
You start by activating the top card of your deck to your active pile, to etc., until you have activated as many as you want. Don't look at them. You're not supposed to know what they are.
Oh.
Unless something causes you to reveal them for a destiny draw, or if you draw them.
Sorry.
That's okay, we're learning. So this is your force pile. So you're activating 1. So it's active here, you use it, it goes above, and then at the end of your turn it restocks to the bottom of your deck. That's your life force cycle. So that's
Okay.
your 1 personal. You can activate 1, 2, 3 more. So then you'll have 4 force to work with.
Oh.
And that's important not only for playing things, but if you want to draw more cards, that's where you draw them from.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so you should have a total of 4 there. So now you can play more cards. So if you've got any extra locations you want to put down, you can do
I
that.
got Kessel.
You can play that if you like.
Which way do I put it?
Well, the red icons should face you, and the blue icons should face the light set player.
Yeah, but like, which distance? Because it says, because like it shows a number 8.
Right. Really, it doesn't matter where they're positioned on the table. The 8 just is for hyperspace to know where you can reach from where. I wouldn't put it right beside these because these are Endor sites. So if the Endor system comes out, it's usually beside them. So a little bit distant is good. You got the Endor bunker.
And then there is Mon Calamari.
Okay.
How do you know how much force it takes to put something down?
Well, for characters, vehicles, and starships, you've got little numbers. On the bottom left corner, there's a white one above a black one.
So 2?
The top number is how much force it costs to deploy it. The bottom number is if you forfeit it or sacrifice it, how many points it's worth in combat. And then the power, maneuver, hyperspeed, that's all stats for what it does while it's in play.
So I guess I'll like put wait. I guess I'll put this at Mon Calamari.
Okay, so that costs you how much to deploy?
3.
Alright, so 3 to deploy. And deploy, you can deploy it as a react, which means in response to something. So you could save the force if you want to and do it as a surprise later. And you should can deploy a board, power -2, while opponent has a starfighter present with higher maneuver. Alright.
So do I? Okay.
So you have to activate the 3. Oh, sorry, you're using the 3, so you'd put 1, 2, 3 up, parallel to the top of your, perpendicular to the top of your deck. Yep.
I have an interrupt.
Interrupts usually you're doing. You can play them at any time, so you can play them on my turn, and it's usually for a specific effect, depending on what's going on the board. Probably.
I think I might save it for later.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I don't think there's much going on right now that an interrupt would really help you with at the moment. So is that all you want to play for now? Is just the 1 ship?
Yep.
Okay. So, before you end your turn, how many cards would you like to draw? How many cards do you have left in your active pile? Because that's where you draw from.
Here?
No, that's your used pile.
Here?
No, the force you didn't use to play things.
Here?
Yeah, you could draw any number of those if you want. So there's only 1 there. You can draw it if you like. And then to end your turn, or when you end your turn, you restock.
Okay.
So the force...
So I'm gonna end my turn.
The force that you used goes back under your deck. Okay. And now it's my turn. So I get to activate 1 for me, and then 1 for Kessel, 1 for Malkamari, 1, 2 for the trail, 3, 4, 5. So 6, 7 plus the 1 is 8 total. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
At the start, I'm probably gonna have a lot of force to start out with because of all the areas that are out.
Could be.
And on my end, I'm getting more force out of it.
Okay. So I am going to play. That's exterior, that's exterior, that's exterior, interior. Okay. I'll play the Endor landing platform and Endor system.
Which gives me more access to more force gain.
It gives us both access to that, yeah. And I've got 8 to work with right now. I'm going to start by playing...
Wait,
I'm going to start by revealing
this
Tin
has
Can
an 8 and
to look for his TIE fighter using the squadron assignments. So I'm looking for his matching fighter from my deck. So it's a gray squadron. Kian. So he's Kian. So there's his fighter.
so like at like that, like I could like put like
You can deploy anywhere where you have something with ability, or where you have force icons, unless there's a shield or some other rules that's stopping you to deploy there. But generally speaking, any place where you've got force icons, you can deploy to.
So I could deploy like a fighter here.
You could, because it's a open site, but fighters, when they're landed, don't fight like fighters. They only fight regularly when they're in space.
Oh.
If they're landed, they're assumed to be sort of packed up. Anyway. Okay, so to play these two together, they each cost 2. They don't get any cheaper on their own, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll pay Kian on Gray Squadron 1 at Endor. Then I will...
And also, like, if we both have ships in the same area, is like a battle all like done immediately, or is it just something that we choose to do?
Sorry?
Like, if we both have like ships in the same area, like, would a battle be like automatically started, or?
No, you have to choose to initiate a battle. Usually you have to pay force to do it, but because of the battle plans, it doesn't cost us force to initiate battle. I'm going to pay 1 and put concussion missiles on the Y-Wing as well with Kian. So I've got a starfighter weapon there. And then I'll pay 1, 2, 3 and bring out a B-Wing bomber to support it as well. So I've got a nice little fighting force there. Good morning. And then these all restock at the end of my turn, and it's your turn.
Oh, you still have 13 people watching?
It's been up and down. It's been as low as 5 or so and as high as
1.
20, but you know.
Good morning, everyone.
2,
Good morning.
Morning, Darius.
3,
There.
Did you get any sleep?
4,
Yeah. I woke up a couple times, but I figured
5,
I was
6,
so close to 6. It's very good.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Right.
So get any good
So you've got
cards? Or...
a few, but honestly, nowhere near as good as your luck. I didn't get the ultra rare from Alternate Universe. I got a couple of decent regular rares though. From the rules of acquisition, I got the Quark, which is probably the biggest card in the set.
Yeah, my windows are broken.
But a lot of the other chase cards from other, like the Federation ship, I didn't get.
I did giveaway?
I did a little giveaway, yes. Still waiting. I don't know if he's actually contacted us with how to get it to him, but
I don't know what's going on with that.
But we got 2 of those Enterprise Cs back to back in 2 packs.
Nice.
So I figured I could let one go.
Cool. I'm gonna restart this because it looks like it's being stupid. No, go away. Not too many silly people coming in, or
Not too much. We had a little influx of people about an hour ago when people were, or not, well, no, over the last 2 hours probably, when people were getting up and getting ready to go to work in the UK.
okay.
So there was 3 or 4 there. But some of them are also, on call and getting to work now and doing other things.
Yeah.
So a few people have left. We had a question here from a guy from Poland or two, looking at what type of cards we were talking about and stuff like this.
Okay.
As the most recent one. Anyway,
I
so
see Darius around, so yeah.
you got a nice big pile of force there, Thomas. So you could draw a lot more cards if you're getting short on cards at the end of your turn if you don't use it all. But you got other stuff you want to deploy?
There's
There we go.
would I be able? I guess I could I may as well deploy this TIE fighter.
Okay, again, that's a unique TIE fighter. So if it's got a matching pilot and you have it in your hand, you can deploy the two together and they get special bonuses, or you could deploy any other pilot with it. Or you could use your combat response thing to go find the matching pilot if it's still in your deck, and then deploy them together. So do you know who pilots this? Does it say on it if it has any bonuses? So you look for signs here. Hellsby deploys -2 aboard. So if you can find a pilot called, Hebsley. Pilot called Hebsley costs 2 less to deploy on board. And it also gets immunity to attrition less than 4 when Hebsley piloting.
Oh no. When Radiant Goose tried putting in our email, he put Pocat, or they put Pocat family, forgot the S. So I'm not sure if Ryan is still around or not.
I'm not sure.
Oops.
Is this it?
No, that's a reserve pilot. Now the reserve pilot is interesting because it can count as the matching pilot for, I think, the Black series.
No, Ryan's not here anymore. Shoot. Oh no. Alright. Well, hopefully they pop back in. Because that was not our email. Oops. Oh no. Oh boy. It was an easy mistake, and that was Radiant Goose's first time doing this for us, so an easy mistake. I'm Ryan and Nate pop back in.
Wait.
By the time we got to doing the giveaway, there's only 2 people who spoke up as being interested, so I just did a coin flip.
There you go.
I think it might be.
Well, if it's in there, then you can't do that this turn. So you can either choose to hold on to this because you couldn't find it and not deploy it, and deploy something else, or you could choose to just deploy this anyway and trust that you'll be able to find it later. It's up to you on that front, but if Hellsby's not in there, then he's probably in your activated force, yes. Or Hebsley.
I guess I could put this here.
And put this fellow on the ground. Lieutenant Grand. Okay. You're going to leave him there on his own? Because remember, if you're doing combat, it takes a total of 4 ability in most places to draw Destiny. He's only got 2.
I could also put down this person.
Yes, you could. That would be a little safer. They can back each other up, so to speak. Anything else, or is that enough for now and you'd like to draw some cards?
Well, it doesn't have
Good morning,
like a weapon
Becca.
in there.
I just got up.
It doesn't have a what? Sorry?
This doesn't have weapons, so.
No, you could put a hand weapon on a warrior. That guy looks like a pilot, not a warrior. There's a little blaster symbol on warrior characters. A blue one.
This one.
Yes, so he could carry a weapon. Right.
don't know
What does
what
it
that
say
is
about
on.
him? When in battle, add an exterior sight, adds 2 to attrition against
We're
the
waiting for the
opponent for
bus for the
each.
oldest kiddo.
Your biker troops.
Alright. Well, since I'm awake, and I don't know what Becca saw with our hits. Look what we pulled yesterday.
I guess I'll end my turn now.
Had a good day on Pokemon front.
Yeah.
In terms of our hits.
Look what we
Of
got!
course, we did open a lot of Lost Origin to find some good stuff, so there's that
Yes,
too.
this was in the booster box. I can't believe we got it.
Okay, so sorry, so you just deploy those there and that's all for now? You said? Okay. So you can then at the end of your turn draw any other cards that you want to, one at a time, until you've decided you've drawn enough, basically. And then let me know, and in your turn you can leave active force, it'll stay active if you haven't used it until next turn, if you want to add more to your pile then.
You're in the last stretch, Barry.
Yeah, I know.
So, is there... So, like,
I
is
saw
there a
the
limit
face.
to
I know,
how
I'm just so
many
excited.
can,
I had to share
get
more.
here?
No, there's no limit. As much as you have active, you could draw the whole pile if you want to.
Oh my god. Did he end up going for an energy drink or no?
Thomas made me a coffee.
Oh, okay. I feel like I might need an energy drink to wake up. I don't drink coffee. Well, you know that.
Right.
Right.
My tummy was rumbling too, but didn't go looking for food.
Like, I did end up getting...
Second coffee sounds almost like it hit the spot though at this point, because it was fading fast.
I did get some starship weapons.
Okay.
As well as some... more... like...
How you feeling, Thomas,
So
after your
used to
first
them.
all-nighter?
Well, right now I feel fine.
It helps once we got something a little more interactive to do.
Yeah.
When we were just opening packs, especially when Thomas didn't have a lot of commentary on it. You know, he would sit there and open some packs for me and then hand me the cards. That was
Yeah.
you know. Didn't plan that out as best as I could
And
have.
also, like, early on, like, when I was, like, opening the packs, I was
So it's
able
my
to
turn?
open them with, like, just my hands, but then later
2,
on,
3,
I couldn't
4,
open them with my hands, so I ended up having to
7,
switch to
8,
scissors.
9,
Do you have any
10,
interesting Klingons?
11.
Or not Klingons. Ferengi?
A couple. I did get Quark, and I got his
Yay.
brother Rom, and I got Nog, their son,
Okay.
and I got one of the Grand Neguses, and a couple of others. So,
That's exciting.
1,
Alright.
2, 3, 4, 5. I will bring out.
Ryan, I believe, commented on our live before we started because we were late. I could probably reply to that and get him
Maybe.
the proper email.
I'll bring out a Nebulon B frigate.
You're getting a good fleet going.
Gotta find a hair loss.
Meanwhile, I just got a TIE Defender.
Alright, I will. You see, I didn't plan this out very well. Before I deployed, see, look at the chart here. Before deploy is control phase. So again, remember what I was saying before? 4-strain, 4-strain, 4-strain on our last game? Supposed to 4-strain first. Unfortunately, because I don't control another system, I have to pay to 4-strain. So what I should have done, if it's okay with you, you got to pay the 3 because I don't have people on the ground and in the space, basically, to do the 4-strain. So if I force drain here, it's force drain -1 here to move your starships to here from Celestron to a point or hidden requires -1 force. Okay. So I'd pay the force drain here, so that would be for 2, except it's -1, but it's also +1 because Kiam adds 1 to force drain when he's on his ship. So it's for 2. So you have to choose and either discard 2 cards or mill 2 cards off your deck to your lost pile. Lost pile is where the starting interrupt should be, by the way. Once it was used, it goes on the far side of your deck for your lost pile. So you can choose and discard 2 cards, or mill cards if you don't want to have cards you want to discard from the top of your deck into it. Okay? And then I'll pay the 5, 2, 3, 4 to bring out the ship. I will then load up my 2 starfighters, because this thing has a capacity to carry 2 starfighters onto my Nebulon B, and pay 1 to move the Nebulon B over to your fighter. Now move comes after battle, so I can't move and then fight you. I would have to fight and then run away if I wanted to do that. Or you could just run away. But, so that's that. And then I'll end my turn by drawing a couple cards and restocking what I used. So, draw 1, draw 2. Your turn.
I'm just making
So now you can activate. You can try and force drain if you want. You've actually got presence, so you don't have to pay to force drain if you don't want to, in both space and land.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some toast. Some cheese for breakfast. Well,
I'm gonna put this on the TIE Defender.
Okay, how much do you have to pay to do that? And what is it? Okay, it's a weapon. So what does it say? Deploys. Is it deploy free to a tie, or what does it say?
Use 1 force to deploy on your bomber, TIE Defender, fighter, or transport.
Okay, so you have to pay 1 force to deploy that.
And I am going to move.
Okay. You gotta pay 1 to move. And that thing has hyperdrive of 2.
Yep.
So what's the distance there? That's a 6 and that's an 8. So yeah, 2 is within range. Moving to Kessel.
Yep.
Okay.
Because, like, my TIE Defender can't possibly, like, fend off, like, that large of a...
A Y-wing, a B-wing, and a Nebulon B frigate.
Like, I just want to play safe.
Fair enough. Probably a good decision.
And then I'll end my turn.
Okay. You didn't want to deploy any more things this turn?
Wait, I just realized something.
Because technically you should do your deploying before you move, if you want to. Like, that's fine. We can still correct it at this point.
Like, this will deploy these 2 stormtroopers.
Okay. 2. So that's 2 each. So you have to pay 4 total. And what?
Then I'll end my turn.
Okay. Are you putting them on this site, or are you putting them with these guys?
I'm putting them at this side.
At this site. Okay.
So I have like a bit of a wider range of defense.
Well, you're covering more sites too. So when you at the start of your turn, during your control phase, and you decide to force drain,
Okay.
you can force drain at 2 sites instead of just 1 this way, right? Or
Yeah.
3 if I don't get someone here. So my turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I will. Let's see. Force drain -1 here. If you occupy the Star Cruiser, opponent's Star Cruiser deploy -2 here. So, again, this is force drain -1, but he gives +2, so I can pay 3 and force drain you for 2.
I may as well like get these back under this.
Yeah, the ones you used. So I'll pay 3, so I can force drain you here for 2 again.
Okay.
So again, you can either discard cards from your hand or mill from the top of your deck to pay for that. 2 cards total need to go though. Okay.
I'm just gonna put like starship weapons. Since like I don't have as much of a use for them at the moment.
Right.
Since I only have 1 ship out.
Right. I will then pay 1 and again load up my frigate and move it over to Kessel.
Alright.
I'll fold my fighters there. I will then draw some cards to end my turn. So
So have you had many people who know this game or play this game or just like Moogie?
we've had a few people who've commented that they like Star Trek and things like that. We just started doing this not long ago. So no, there haven't particularly been a lot of comments. Ooh, that could be handy.
Ooh.
Did you get a good ship?
I already have decent ships, so that wasn't my primary concern. I'm trying to get something that I can use on the ground at the moment. And I'll draw 1 more. Okay. Whatever. So your turn.
So for everyone still watching, how's everyone doing this morning? Or this evening, wherever, whatever, depending what time it is for you. Oh my goodness.
When it's a yellow thing around the pilot thing, does it mean that it needs a pilot or it doesn't need a pilot?
Oh, it's the kettle. I was like, what does that mean?
That like does like the yellow thing around a pilot thing mean that it doesn't need a pilot?
If a ship has a pilot icon, it means it has an automatic pilot. So it has one sort of built in, but usually those aren't very good, and you can add more pilots later if you like. Like,
To increase their capabilities?
yeah. Most autopilots don't add to power, for example. They'll just have one ability.
You know, probably might be best is after when we start the next stream, letting Thomas build that Lego set to start, and then
Yeah, and then he can go to bed after if he likes.
yeah.
That could work.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Mhm.
9, 10.
Don't be looking at him.
Sorry. Now I need to count again. 1, 2.
Not sure what that means, but
Which? I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Good morning.
I don't know if that's a reference to something I should know either.
good morning, Radiant Goose.
Much honking. Love everyone. I'm back. Hope you're all good and you're enjoying the moment. Oh, we're having fun. A little bit dozy.
I just got up.
Yep. And Thomas and I are trying to give him a Star Wars now to change the pace a little.
Alright. I'm gonna put this down.
Oh, a Scout Walker.
And I'll
That
put
was 3 or 4, sorry.
this down.
Oh, another one. So you're just putting people everywhere here now. Now, before you start doing that, do you want to force train me? Because you probably should.
Has it been 24 hours yet? Much respect to
I'll
what
force
a 1K
drain.
celebration. No, we have 6 more hours to go after.
Should be wrapping up around noon.
I
So, yeah.
guess
Well,
I'll
our time. So
half an hour.
there's one more 6-hour segment,
I'll
which will be
force
starting
train
in half an
here.
hour.
Half an hour ish left in this one, yeah.
Okay, so you can force train me here for 2. I'll discard 1 and
And I have like a good line of defense.
what do I want for number 2? Discard 2. Probably a bad play, but anything else?
Oh, my tummy is.
Guess I'll move.
Okay. Done.
Done.
All right.
Ooh. This driver's
2,
unreal.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. I will. Is this force train -1 here? No, it's not, is it? Okay, so here I can pay 3 to force train you for 3. So 1, 2, 3. So I'll force train you for 3 there at Castle. So you 1, 2. Losing pilots.
should probably make sure I get the link to the next stream for anyone that's still here before we end.
I'm gonna have to like go with that.
Okay. Done?
Yep.
What does this say?
Your hand is what's clear on the screen right now.
Sorry.
So anything else?
Okay, well. Alright. I will. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring out General Solo.
So he's gonna go up against an ATST.
Hopefully not on his own here.
But something I can do is like move the other ATST over.
Does it say may move as a react? 1, 2. I think that's a snow speeder type thing, like a speeder thing more than a walker thing. I'll pay 2 and bring out Corporal Midge with him. And I'll pay 2 to deploy a blaster rifle on Corporal Midge. Alright. And then because of the battle plan, now that I've got people both play, I can initiate battle for free. Actually, that's regardless of that. That's for forced training games you have to pay. So, I'm going to try and battle that Tempest Scout at the bunker with Solo and Midge. I don't have a lot of extra to actually use to fire the weapon, but I'm just going to go on raw stats, basically. Because that thing doesn't have enough ability to draw Destiny. Like I said, you need at least 4 ability. So what's your power? 3?
Yep.
Solo's got power 4, and Midge has got power 2, so I've got a total of 6. And I have 5 ability, so I can draw Destiny. So
Pokemon trainer Mike popped in. That was nice to see.
So I'm going to initiate combat. I should turn the camera so you can sort
Jane
of
was in
see.
too. Nice.
I've got General Solo here, along with Midge and a blaster rifle, trying to fight his scout walker. So I got 6 power to your 3, and I get to draw Battle Destiny, and you don't. That's how I see it. You got any tricks up your sleeve? You do have force up. Let's just see if these things can move as a react. They move as a react for 1 additional force. Permanent pilot provides ability of 1. You're at least okay, so they can move as a react. So if you want to, you can move the second Tempest Scout over. You still won't have enough to draw Battle Destiny, but you'd have 6 power instead of 3.
Well, I guess I'll do it.
Okay. So you're moving this guy over.
Was this a sticker that you were going to send with for Ryan? Or?
I hadn't decided that yet, but anyway. Okay, so now we're tied, 6 power at each, but I get a battle destiny. So, oh yuck, my battle destiny is 0. So we're tied. Essentially, nothing happens. And then I guess I gotta end my turn. So these go back under, and now it's your turn.
Wonder if there's any. No comments yet on our other stream. Waiting. Which is fine.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm gonna put this down.
Okay, before you start deploying, did you want a 4-strain anywhere?
I'll force drain here.
Okay, so that's just for 1, I believe. I will discard...
Oh, I was looking at that. Oh, I wasn't thinking right.
Well, I'm going on no sleep. We'll do that.
It can. I will discard...
Can you say I'm shaking in the bedroom either way?
Steady aim.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other 4-strains or any other... Or are you just going to start with your plan over here there?
I can still place stuff down, right?
Yeah, you can still... But you got to pay for it. So are you dropping that walker, or is that... Are you... What are you doing? Are you doing anything else first? That walker costs 6.
Oh, just look at the art of that guillotine. It's such a beautiful card. I can't believe we pulled that.
That is nice. Done?
Yep.
So you're not going to initiate battle?
No, I'm gonna initiate battle.
Okay. So now you've got... That big walker has 2 ability, does it?
Permanent pilot provides ability of 2.
Okay. And then each of the other ones have 1, so that's a total of 4. So now we can both draw Battle Destiny. Your total power there is 6 and 6 is 12. Mine is still 6.
Battle Destiny.
Okay, so you're up on me by 6 power before we draw Destiny.
So, here?
Yeah. I drew a 3. You drew a 2. Okay. So you're still up by 5 total. And then I've got attrition of 2 to deal with.
So, do I put this here, or...
No. It goes to your used pile for Destiny. Battle Destinies. So I have to lose 5 and then 2 from here, and you have to lose 3
Nice.
from there.
Yeah, just don't chew your gum so loud.
So if I'm going to lose 5 and then 2 from here, I want to just lose that much from my deck. One from my hand, and then 2, 3, 4, 5 from here. And then I have to lose 2 from here. I will sacrifice the rifle that he's holding, which can be sacrificed for up to 3. And then when you sacrifice weapons, they go to your used pile, it said. So that goes here, actually. So that's mine. And you have to lose 3 from that site for attrition. So probably one of the scout walkers would cover it.
So, unused or
No, if it's lost, it goes to the lost pile. You done?
yep.
Okay. No, that doesn't restock yet. I just activate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright. Now I have things there, so I can force drain here again for 3.
Okay.
Is this game almost over? Because what are you gonna do if it's not over by the next stream? You're just gonna continue in the next stream?
Well, we'll see how it goes here. Things could take a turn pretty quick in this game, but we'll see.
Wow, 2 watching now.
Pardon?
We're down to 2 people watching.
Yeah, it does seem to be petering, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Would it be okay if I use interrupts at this moment?
If you've got one that's relevant, yeah, that's fine. So I got force drained over here.
Combat I'm just gonna like spell the next part out. REA.
Readiness?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to show it to me and see what you think it does, and let's
Oh.
see here. Used or starting interrupt. If a battle was just initiated, draw destiny and activate up to that much force. Or starting interrupt you can't use right now because it's not the start of the game. So you can use this to activate more force if you need more force for a battle.
Okay.
That's what that does.
And
So I just force drained you for 3. So activating force won't actually help you with that, but
then there's like MO.
Monarch.
Yep.
I don't think that counts as a force drain or anything either. If you've got the GIF, it might.
There's
I
Oh, shoot,
have
I
to
don't know what the-
check and
How long has that been unplugged?
LES.
I don't know.
Hours like on full.
Sorry.
There's this.
Flawless marksmanship. This is for when you're firing a starship weapon, I believe.
Oh. So none of my interrupts are very handy at the moment.
Right.
Could have been bad.
So if you want, you can discard some of them, or you could mill cards off your deck until you get a 3, or you could discard something else. 1, 2, 3. That's what you're doing. All right. Then I will put I will deploy a intruder missile on my B-wing. And I will pay 1, 2, 3. Let's keep these facing the same direction. To bring out Sergeant Jake Junkin over here with the Solo and his other friend. And I will then initiate combat over there with Han Solo and try and beat your guys again. I'm up to 9 power now, and I believe you are as well, but you're down to 3 ability, which is not enough to draw a destiny. Whereas I've got 9 power and 7 ability, which is definitely enough to draw a destiny. So we're tied before destiny draws, and only I get a destiny draw, is my understanding. You don't have anything else that can react over there, I don't believe, from that distance. Even if they could move as a react, they don't have the land speed to reach there. What is the land speed on the Skillwalkers, by the way? 3? So, yeah, they can get around more easily. So, ready for the combat? Or you got any other tricks you want to play?
I do have an ATST.
Can it deploy as a react, or is it just move as a react?
May deploy or move as a react.
Okay, well, then you could deploy or move it, if you've got the force.
So 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So that brings you up to 12
I think
power.
it's a different version because it looks a little different.
Yeah, this is a unique one. This is Tempest Scout 3. This is just a general Tempest Scout Walker.
This one has land speed 3, meanwhile this one has land speed 4.
Right.
So it's a
So
bit
it's got
quicker.
slight enhancement. And permanent pilot provides ability of 2 on this one instead of just 1 as well, I think.
So would that be enough to draw?
So yeah, that's enough for you to draw Destiny. However, Han Solo here has got an ability that when in battle with Chewie or another of your scouts at an exterior site, this is an exterior site and these guys are scouts, may use 2 force to cancel one opponent's battle destiny just drawn. So when we start the battle, I'm going to pay 2 and cancel your destiny, but you get to draw it first to see what it would have been, basically. So, and I'll pay to cancel
3.
it. Alright, so I cancel that.
So
I have enough to draw a destiny, so your total power there is 12 to my 9. My destiny is 3, so that brings us up to 12. 12, we're tied on total power, but you still have to deal with 3 attrition there. So again, you're going to have to sacrifice something from that location to satisfy the attrition. Okay. And then before I let you go, I'm going to draw a couple cards. So I'll draw a card. I'll draw a card. I'll draw a card. And one more card. And then I will let you go. Go cycling.
Okay, that's not really gonna help much. I got 3 locations.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes. If you need more locations to activate more force, that's, an option. I've already discarded at least 1 location.
I got Endor Landing Platform Docking Bay.
Okay, so you could convert mine. I think that was mine anyway.
So I can like put this on top,
Yeah.
and I may as well put that on top as well.
This is Great Forest. This is Hidden Forest Trail. They're different.
Oh, so over this way.
I think technically the bunker is supposed to be sort of end of the row, so it's probably supposed to go in the middle here somewhere. So you want to put it here, or
And
okay? So your fighter is
and then there's
At-
Endor.
Endor,
She's up early
and
today.
these are here.
Daddy. He's yelling for you.
Okay. You're converting my sites.
Oh, no, I didn't need to turn the light up.
So you done? Or you got more to? You gonna? Oh, wait a second. You're deploying. You're deploying sites. So that means did you already activate?
Oh,
Yeah, that's supposed to come first. Activating and force training.
1, 2, 3, 4,
It's 5:57, so I don't
5.
know.
6.
You want to just wrap this up and call it a learning experience, or do you want to try it over?
I'm gonna wrap it up.
Okay.
Fair enough. You
This
wanna,
could go
you
on
wanna,
for a
you
long
wanna build
time.
your Lego, and I'll get your sister and stuff like that, or
Yeah.
okay.
So we'll just
So
close-
just make
yeah.
sure for the locations, we flip them over and see which ones belong to which deck.
If everyone just wants to hang on, if you want a direct link to the next stream that will be starting momentarily, just give me a minute here, and I'll get you that link. Or you can go to our page and just click it directly. Oh, come on. Excellent. Went off of it. Share, off link. Yeah, she wants her daddy. Well, she might change her mind when. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable stream, although somewhat tiring on my part. And did get a few interesting things out of the Star Trek, although not as good draws as Angela's had yesterday. But still, I had fun exploring
I
a
hope it
new set.
continues
And
into today with any other stuff that we open.
it could be nice.
We get Thomas.
You got the deck and the cards in there, Thomas?
If we open that Celebration ZTV, hopefully we can get Thomas that. Well, any of the cards. It won't be the. We won't. I don't think we would get the value of it back unless we get something out of one of those other packs that's in it. But yeah.
This is not the right box.
Oops. Thomas. Oh, it's the Lego. You haven't got a Lego? No. All right. So please head over to that link. We'll be there shortly. We appreciate everyone here. I can't believe that we've made it this long. So 6 more hours, and it'll be quite the celebration stream.
Yeah, wrap this up a bit. Try and pack up some of this stuff. So you want me to hit close on this for now?
Oh no, not yet. I'm gonna just
Okay.
say something really quick.
Fair enough.
So
Leave my shoes on tight. That's great.
we got our what's in the box that will be happening in just a minute, and that will be what Thomas is gonna open.
Put some of this other stuff away.
All right, everybody. Yeah, it is 6 a.m. Alberta time, so we do have to end this. Thomas, how was your first all-nighter?
Well, look,
What do you
I
hear?
managed to get through it.
Yeah.
Like,
All
I
right.
did have a cup of hot chocolate.
All right, so good morning, everyone. Good evening if you're somewhere else where it's later. And we will catch you soon in the other stream. Please go click that link. And we'll see you in just a minute. Oh, now everybody's coming on. Okay, we're just switching. We're just switching over to the other link. Hit that link. We're gonna go live on our final 6-hour stretch. Good morning, Alias. We're just switching over now, so go ahead to that other link. We'll be right there in a minute. Bye for now, everybody. See you in a minute.